Good evening. Everyone here? And welcome to the December 17th regular meeting of the school board. The board had no closed session this evening, so nothing to report out about that. I would like to make a suggestion to the board with regard to the consensus on order of business. Because the number of people here, I would like to suggest that we move and in order for our student representatives and Los Ranchos folks to be on their way at a reasonable time, I'd like to suggest that we move 5.01 and 5.02 to immediately after 4.02. And hopefully I'll remember that. Is that all right with everybody? Thumbs up? Okay. All right, great, thank you. That's what we'll do. So having said that, our next item is 4.01. Dr. Prater, we are going to administer the oath of office to new and re-elected trustees.
I am so excited to swear in our newly elected trustee and our former trustees who did not have someone to run against, but they are nonetheless going to give their oath of office. Could I ask Ms. Flores Baltodano to please stand? If you would, right there.
What about translation?
Dr. Prater, I neglected to indicate that there is translation available for this evening's meeting. If you are in the audience live with us and need translation, please find your way to the back table where we have headsets. If you are online on Zoom, please look for the little circle at the bottom of your screen and press that, and translation will be available. And now we will have that translated.
Hola, buenas noches, bienvenidos. Vamos a tener interpretación al español. Si necesitan los servicios, por favor, hagan clic en el globo terráqueo que está en la parte inferior de la pantalla y vamos a cambiar el orden de la agenda de esta noche porque tenemos muchas gentes presentes. 501 y 502 van a ser inmediatamente del 4.02 y vamos a presentar a los representantes recién electos. Gracias.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
And may I also have Mr. Clausen come on up and Mr. Unger to please come up. Clausen, if you could stand on the tape here, and Mr. Unger, if you could stand up for and I think that captures the camera perfectly. I didn't plan that. Okay. So may I ask each of you to raise your right hand and repeat after me. And when I say I and then pause, state your name and then continue. And I'll break this up into chunks, so don't fret. Okay. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Okay, I will break it up. Sorry. That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California. That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Congratulations, everyone.
Ms. Baltodano, please take your seat at the table. So I know we just started, but let's eat cake and wish our congratulations to our new folks.
So maybe
Is that right?
6:15?
Yes.
We have a lot of cake, so please have cake.
Yeah. So
And,
that's 10 minutes. We will start back on time at 6:15.
So Erica, Chris, and Brian, could I have you sign?
Hey, Mrs. Roger? Think we got everybody? Oh, Mr. Buckman's here. Okay. All right. Here we go. All right. As a result of our change in the order of business, we will now hear from our favorite people of the evening, our student representatives to the board. So I think Morro Bay, let's tell us what's going on.
All right. Thank you again, everyone, for having us. Like always, we love coming out here and showing the amazing things. So for starters, our slideshow, it's not up yet, but it will be. There's amazing pictures on there.
Les vamos a enseñar un show aquí de...
All right. I'll begin. So first off, for our clubs, on the 21st of November, our FFA held their annual Green Hand and Chapter Degree ceremony in the theater. The students who qualified for these degrees were celebrated for their hard work and dedication to the program. Our school chef, Corey Bidwell, catered the event and did an amazing job. Dance Fusion performed at the Morro Bay Community Holiday Tree Lighting. They were very excited to be a part of that event and be able to showcase their dance skills to the community. On Thursday, December 5th, the members of the MBHS and Loams mock trial team scrimmaged at Loams. 2 trials happened simultaneously. Here, the Honorable Judge Michael Barton presided over Loams prosecution versus Morro Bay High School defense. Believe we have a picture of that. It's the one on the bottom right there. And choir held their winter performance on December 5th as well. It was a packed house, and the Loams and MBHS students sounded amazing. December 5th was just an amazing Morro Bay High School and Loams collaboration day. All of our different clubs were coming together and helping support each other. It was awesome. And we know that several board members would prefer to be at the Cal Poly PAC this evening as audience members for our winter band concert are there. And sorry that the conflict on this date could not be avoided. Please know that Mr. Bellier and our band students feel very supported by the school board and appreciate previous contributions to the program.
Our first week back from Thanksgiving break, we had a winter dance. So our ASB hosted the week of winter, and then the sophomore class hosted the winter formal. And we had 2 of our own students host the dance and DJ it, so it was really fun. That was Asa Vadati and Anders Sofer. And our sophomores that planned it, Coco and Kaylin, did a wonderful job, and it was so fun to see all their hard work we put into it that they've been working on all semester. And student participation was amazing, and I can't wait to see how hard they work for the rest of the semester.
So next up, excuse me, move this mic a little closer. For next up, our girls water polo team won a CIF title this fall, and they were runner-up at state finals. Our girls cross country team won a CIF title this fall. Our boys cross country team was the runner up in CIF, losing by just a few points to the historic powerhouse McFarland High School. Our football team was runner up in CIF, almost defeating the Selma Bears. We feel we just needed 30 more seconds to finish that last offensive drive. It was a very, very close game, and the team overall performed great, and it was a monumental year for them. And winter sports have started, and our athletes and teams are off to great start. As you can see, one of our winter sports pictured is girls wrestling. They're off to an amazing start so far.
And I don't really have a slide for this, but I thought we'd talk about academics and culture. And we're proud to share that for the second year in a row, MBHS has only blue and green indicators on our California school dashboard. Another celebration is the Youth Truth Census Report. The report combines the student, staff, and family surveys into key topic areas for each. We showed improvement for all groups and in all key areas. And I think that's really good to just show how much our school is growing. And I just thank you. I'm glad that we were able to share what's been going on this semester, and I can't wait for next semester to continue.
All right, let's hear from San Luis Obispo High School. Thank you, Morro Bay.
Well, hello everyone. It looks like a full house, so I'd like to welcome you all tonight. My name is Linda Rojas. I'm the ASB president here at San Luis Obispo High, and I just want to share some things with you quickly. We've been doing lots of great things here on campus, so I'm excited to let you guys all in on that. My first slide, I would like to talk about some of the activities that our ASB is doing. Last week, we had a great success as we finished our blood drive. We filled up every single one of our slots available, and we even started a wait list for the next blood drive. So we're excited to see all of the students that are excited to help with that blood shortage. Additionally, free t-shirts were given to those who donated and also received a free pint of ice cream over at Negrantini Creamery. So that was a good way to get students motivated to come. Coming up real soon, like tomorrow, is something that we started last year, and we are proud to announce that it will be happening again this year as well. It's called Cash for Carols, and basically we will be going around classrooms singing carols for students, and all of the proceeds will go directly to Jack's Helping Hands. So students were bought carols by either a friend or a fellow student or even their parents. So we're really excited to see how that turns out tomorrow. Also tomorrow, we will be having a PJ Spirit Day, where students can really get into that holiday spirit, and we'll also be having a movie night for the seniors here. Moving on to our athletics, they've been having another yet busy week. Our girls basketball started the week off with a big win over Rigetti. Then they headed to a tournament in Atascadero, where they finished as the consolation bracket champions with only one loss that weekend. Our boys basketball hosted the HIT tournament this weekend with some of the best teams in the state coming to Morro Bay and SLO to play. The Tigers won 3 games and lost only 1, improving their overall record to 8-2. Girls soccer traveled down to Torrance, where they took down all 3 opponents. The Tigers are currently ranked 1st in California and 20 in the nation. Boys soccer stayed local this time, and we defeated Mission 6-0 on Wednesday and Morro Bay 4-0 on Friday. All while the girls and boys wrestling teams sent their top wrestlers to Coyote Classic in Bakersfield, and they gained some great experience competing against the best in the section. Following up with our Future Farmers of America, on December 6th, SLO FFA participated in the annual SLO Holiday Parade, where we had many students participate, not only from our school, but also from the section. We invited many students from across SLO, and we had a blast welcoming them and also spreading that cheer downtown. We also took students to compete in the sectional contests, which are Creed, Spanish Creed, Water Issues, and Best Informed Green Hand. I'm proud to say that I competed in the Spanish Creed, placed at first, and will be moving on to regionals for the 2nd year in a row. Additionally, students participated in community service opportunities where they had the chance to be bell ringers for the Salvation Army. Tonight, as we speak, the December chapter meeting is happening right now, where students can come, watch a movie, play some games, and share some delicious goods. Alumni are also here tonight as judges, since we do have a competition going on for the best baked goods. FFA is always keeping it exciting here. Moving on to our music, the SLO HS Jazz Band rocked it in their concert this past week. Here's a picture where both of the jazz bands are playing. Our bands will also be playing at the PAC this week, as we've heard before, and our choir will also be in the theater this evening. Choir was also able to perform for our students here on our tutorial this Monday, and students had a blast hearing that and getting a chance to get to that. that's about a wrap for 2024. And I just want to thank you all for being here tonight. And I want to take a moment to say how thankful I am for each and every one of you on the board and every one of you here. You guys do so much for our school, and thank you for allowing us to do all these amazing things on campuses. So I hope you guys all have a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
As always, thank you so much. And I know tomorrow is your last day before break. I hear there are you all have wonderful plans in the offing. I hear they may include Disneyland and time with family and lots of food and festivities. So enjoy. You work hard. You deserve it. Thanks very much. Right. Next, we will have our Los Ranchos program highlights. Mr. McMillan, welcome.
Good evening, the school board. It's such a treat to be here, and I'm going to be brief, and I'm going to ask a couple things of you. Can you do your best to imagine 6 really cute kids standing next to me right now who are either out with the flu, out with a last-minute travel plan, out with a last-minute Girl Scout event that couldn't be rescheduled, and some other extracurricular. So I was supposed to have some students with me, and I know that's the best part, and I just could not get it to happen at this time of year. But I did get one of them on video that you're going to see so briefly at the end. So that's the best I have for you. The highlight that I'd like to share with you, and congratulations on our new board member and our board members that were sworn in tonight. That was a treat to see. Is a career highlight for me personally as an employee in this district. I've had many career highlights, and I hope to have many more as long as I'm able to continue working in this amazing school district. But I'm here to tell you about something very special, and many of you are aware because you already helped celebrate in person with our school site. But this year, our school formally received a National Blue Ribbon Award. And this has just been a tremendous achievement. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about why we received the award and share it with the community. And then I'd like to share some highlights from a trip that I was so privileged to take back to Washington, D.C. to receive the award. To start, you should know, if you don't, that the Blue Ribbon Award is not taken lightly. There are 356 schools that received the award this year in the United States. And there are approximately just under 96,000 schools in the country, public schools. In California, one of the largest states with with the highest number of public schools, only 30 schools in the entire state, and that's elementary, middle, and high schools, received the Blue Ribbon Award this year. That link, if I could get one of the technicians to click on it, shows just ever so briefly. It takes you to the Blue Ribbon page. If you can scroll down, some of the demographic data. Just over 50% of the schools that received the award are Title I schools, and others, like Los Ranchos, are not Title I. Some of them are special magnet schools. And I had the opportunity to talk with the school leaders and teachers from many of the schools that received the awards to share best practice ideas and celebrate with each other. So if we can go back to the presentation now. Thank you, technicians. You're doing great. We're competing there. So why did Los Ranchos receive this award? Well, first of all, it was not something that we were seeking. The reason why Los Ranchos was even on the map was because it started with some of our state achievement data going back to about 2 to 3 years ago. And honestly, board members, I've come to learn that an award like this is not a one-time thing. I truly do think that it's a celebration of decades, really, truly, of hard work and dedication by the many teachers at Los Ranchos specifically, but across our school district. In my humble opinion, every single school in our district should be a Blue Ribbon Award winner because we put students first and we work as hard as we possibly can, extra hours over the top to make sure that every individual student achieves as best as they can. This image really tells it all because not only did high achievement get the attention of our state educational leaders who recommended Los Ranchos to the national award, we were given the award at Los Ranchos because of our ability to demonstrate closing the achievement gap. And if you look on this image, if you can see it, and I heard some of the student reps from Morro Bay say that they were in the green and the blue for the first time. So the state dashboard recognizes achievement by your level and your overall improvement or increase or decrease from prior years. And so our students that are affluent, not socioeconomically disadvantaged and white are achieving high. They're in the second to the right, blue. But our students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged are in the far blue, and they significantly increased. And this was such a fun thing to see as a staff during our back to school staff meeting 2 summers ago when we looked at our data. And we were caught off guard. We try so hard to close the achievement gap, and here we were able to demonstrate the ability to do that, coming back from the pandemic, implementing new intervention programs and focusing on individual students. So this is why Los Ranchos was recommended to receive the award, not only because of a history of high achievement, because we're trying and really accomplishing, especially this is in math, closing the achievement gap. But we're not done, because the best thing about telling my staff, hooray, we closed the achievement gap by this much this year, for about 1 minute, about 60 seconds, we celebrated, we high-fived each other, and then they said, well, we still got work to do, let's go. And so that's just a demonstration, I think, of the dedication of teachers in our district. We can celebrate, we should, we have much to celebrate. Well, we still have a lot of work to do too. This next slide shows English language arts, and we didn't quite achieve at the higher level that we did in math, but still we demonstrated the ability to close the achievement gap on our state assessments. So when your school receives the Blue Ribbon Award, you are allowed to attend the ceremony in Washington, D.C. I'm so grateful that our district encouraged me to take time away from the site, which is always a little delicate. I was able to go. I was able to bring my wife, who is a teacher in our district, and I was able to bring a teacher from my site, a veteran teacher who the staff nominated to attend, as well as our director of elementary learning and achievement. And if you haven't been to Washington, D.C., I just can't recommend it enough. It was a indescribable experience for me to land in Washington, D.C. the night of this election and tour these memorials and monuments the day after, and then go and meet and talk with other educators that are just trying to do all that we're doing each and every day. I was able to share some of my experiences with students, and you'd be surprised at how many students, kindergarten through 6th grade, are still coming up and asking me about the pictures and the videos that I shared, and what did you see? Did you meet the president? And all these really great questions to hopefully inspire them to invest in learning about our country and our history and what they can do to contribute to it as they age out. We received a congratulatory letter from President Joe Biden. We saw his motorcade drive by our hotel. We did not see him in person. He was probably a little busy a couple of days after the election there. But a nice congratulatory letter. If you have time to see it at another time, of course, he's married to a former educator, and he always likes to, speak to that, and he does so in our congratulatory letter. Students are having a fun time looking at his autograph in our front office. At the Blue Ribbon Awards ceremony, this is a 2-minute video real quick. Since you guys were not able to come, we can only bring a certain amount of people. I'd like to bring it to you. Those tiny speakers are going to have to carry us. That's all right. So there were a lot of performances from some of the students that live locally or near Washington, D.C., from the schools that received awards in that geographical region. That's Mrs. Block. She's the teacher that our staff nominated to attend. This is the director of the Blue Ribbon Program congratulating us.
That grade level learning is not just a goal, but a minimum standard for success. You've empowered your students to acquire the skills and the knowledge they need to navigate today's complex world. As education professionals, you have played a pivotal role in shaping the futures of countless students. Your unwavering belief in their potential has instilled in them the confidence and motivation to pursue their dreams.
Wearing the same outfit, I realize. That's fun. We tried to live stream the event to some of the students that were able to see it. This is our Secretary of Education, Miguel Cardona.
Coaches who go the extra mile, day in, day out, making that extra phone call to a parent, staying late to help a student struggling, pushing them to see the potential they have, even if the kid doesn't even see the potential in themselves. I'll never bet against a school principal leading their school. You know the type? The ones that not only have to navigate the increasing needs of students, families, but also have to defend against all the unfunded great ideas from elected leaders who've never spent a day in our schools.
He might have been a little spicy after the election was over. I'm not sure. And one at a time, we got to walk across the stage, or we were encouraged to dance across the stage, which I did. That was the ceremony. I think there's just 2 more quick slides if we can go back to the presentation. Thanks again, Tex. You're so great. Let's go to this next slide. There we go. We celebrated at Los Ranchos upon my return, and many of you were able to make it. It was so great to have the support of our board there and introduce you to the students and the parents that were able to. We gave every student special cookies with blue sprinkles from our food services department. We gave every student bracelets that say Los Ranchos Blue Ribbon School. To date, 2 students have sworn and their parents have confirmed that they have not taken them off. They're going strong. And then we had some student leaders get up and speak. They were very inspiring. The last fun thing about this too is the minute I came back to campus after the trip, students ran up to me and they were like, "Did you get the ribbon? Where's the ribbon? Where's our blue ribbon?" I mean, they literally thought I'm going to come back with a giant ribbon or something. So we thought it would be kind of fun. And we found this idea to have every student decorate a handprint and contribute to making a blue ribbon that's hanging in our multipurpose room right now. So they all contributed. They all had a wait for it, hand in contributing to our Blue Ribbon Award. We received a really great flag that is flying now. We purchased an emblem that is on the front of our school that's just really fun to look at every morning as we all enter our campus. And again, celebrate, but think of what we still have to accomplish. And a fun fact before I end with a student here with a tiny little statement is the last time Los Ranchos was a recipient of the Blue Ribbon Award, which they have been, was when I was 5 years old. That was back in 1989. And that flag is still hanging or drooping in our multi-purpose room. So we are super excited upon the return from the new year to hang our new flag next to that flag. This is one of our student leaders. She couldn't make it tonight. This is Izzy Bonds, and she wrote a speech herself. It is unedited. We added a comma, I think was the most that we added, and she's one of our just champions of our school. She loves it, and here's what she has to say.
Hi, my name is Isabella Pons, and I'm currently in 5th grade. And I'm on the school leadership team, and I've been at Los Ranchos since kindergarten. I even survived a pandemic at Los Ranchos. At Los Ranchos, we have phenomenal teachers and amazing faculty and terrific students. I'm so thankful for everyone who works here, from the teacher's assistant to the principal and to the nice ladies who serve us our lunches. Thank you to the teachers and students that helped us achieve this award. I love this school because here we have a no tolerance for bullying. It's if a student makes a mistake or doesn't treat each other well, we always have our principal, Mr. McMillan, and our counselor, Miss Stith. Another reason why I love Los Ranchos is because we have the 8 Habits and the Leader in Me program. It's a fun way of learning how we all are leaders and we are in control of ourselves and how we respond to what's happening around us. I also love this school because our school motto is we take care of ourselves, we take care of each other, and we take care of this place. And this helps us be the best that we can, just like our school song says. Here at Los Ranchos, we have amazing specials like art, garden, innovate, PE, library, and music. These all make Los Ranchos a wonderful place to learn. Today, we are here to celebrate that we won the Blue Ribbon Award. And this award is only awarded to 350 schools in the entire country. We won this award by having amazing teachers who have helped us achieve high grades and stellar academic performances. The students didn't win it, the teachers didn't win it, Mr. McMillan didn't win it. We all won it together, and that's why we are all celebrating, which is the best way that we can possibly celebrate. Thank you for being Roadrunners, and thank you for being awesome.
She was really bummed that she couldn't be here, but I'm glad you got to see her, and some of you got to see her in person when you attended our celebration at our school. And that's what I have for you. I know that it was repeat information for some of you, but there might have been something new there. That there is something new, and what a time, Mrs. Baltadano. Welcome, and thank you in advance for all you're going to do and have done really already for our community, because you're not just going to walk away with a belly full of cake tonight. I have a blue ribbon pin for each of you, because this is your school just as much as it is our school. And next time you're on campus, if you remember, wear it. And if not, please stop by anytime. Our staff, we're so proud to work in San Luis Coastal and be under you and as your leadership. I look forward to many, many, many more years with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. McMillan, please express our gratitude to the students, those who weren't able to participate. We know their hearts were with us here tonight. So thank you. Thank you. All right. Before we move on with a little more business, since we have all our present board seated, I'm going to take a roll call with all of our new trustees, with everyone present now. So I'm just going to start at one end of the table. Mr. Clausen, just say you're present.
I am present.
Thank you. Mr. Buckman. Mrs. Roger, present. Mr. Banfield.
I'm here.
Mr. Unger.
I'm here.
Ms. Baltadano.
Present.
And I'm here too. All right. We are now going to move on to some business that we do every year. This is our annual board reorganization meeting. And I believe Dr. Prater is going to assist with some of this. At this time, we are going back to 4.03 to elect a president and clerk for 2025. Dr. Prater. Did you have anything you want to say at this point or as we go on to our committees?
Yeah, normally I just speak at the committee time.
Okay.
So yeah, thank you.
I see. Our first order of business will be to elect a president for 2025. I see Mr. Unger's light on. Mr. Unger.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think we've had a fantastic leadership team with both Marilyn and you, Ellen. That said, you've served a hard 2 years. It's hard being president for 2 years. And I think I appreciate the work that you've done. And I'd like to actually nominate Marilyn to be president.
Oh, we have a nomination by Mr. Unger, a second by Mr. Buckman. Ms. Dawson, are you getting all this? Because I'm going to be talking, and I must ask Ms. Roger, or is this a role you are willing to undertake?
I think we have a difficult year coming up. So I will ask for forbearance and I'll do my best. I'm happy to serve.
Thank you. Right, then we move on to clerk.
Why don't you want to take a vote?
Oh, we need to take a vote. All right, do we need to do this by roll call, Mandy? All right, Mr. Clausen,
Yes.
Mr. Buckman, Mrs. Roger.
Yes.
I am a yes. Mr. Banfield.
Yes.
Mr. Unger.
Yes.
Ms. Baltodano.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Clausen. We will now move on to the position of clerk.
I was going to say, I think we have had a strong leadership team this year, and I would like to nominate Ellen to be the clerk for the coming year if she would be open to it.
I'm gonna second that in spite of it looks like your reluctance.
No, I'm really moved by your faith in my service and I will accept.
Okay.
Right. So we have a motion by Mr. Clausen and a second by Mr. Unger. We'll go the opposite way this time. Ms. Baltodano.
Yes.
You'll get the hang of this. Mr. Unger.
Yes.
Mr. Banfield.
Yes.
Ms. Roger.
Yes.
Mr. Buckman.
Yeah.
Mr. Clausen.
Yes.
I am a yes. So thank you. So now we need to change seats a little bit. Or change name tags.
Just change his name.
Well, for tonight, let's just do this. We're just going to do this. It'll save a little time. Well, I'm still Ellen. Ms. Rogers now assuming the roles of president. Here we go. I have an agenda.
Okay. Next we have Dr. Prater.
Yes, thank you, Ms. President. I would like to start by acknowledging for the whole community that's watching that to serve as board president and clerk, what that means besides the title, it doesn't place any extra rights onto these people. Really what it means is they get to meet with me every Monday for at least 2 hours. And the way this works is important to understand. So besides the 3 board meetings we have each month, we meet twice or 2 hours every Monday. And in those 2 hours, we construct the agenda for the board meetings that you participate in every month. And that is a very carefully crafted and well-considered set of details and considerations. And so there's a lot of nuance that goes with it. And so this role of board president and clerk to the board is a hard-charging, hard-working commitment. And I try to make it as interesting as possible. But nevertheless, it's a grind. It's a commitment, and there's a whole lot of communication that goes on along the way. So I want to say thank you to both of you and for the rest of the board for supporting that process. Now, with that said, we started also a protocol, if you will, or a ritual of honoring the outgoing board president each year. And the reason that's important is there's a lot of weight on their shoulders. And so I have a few words that I'd like to share about Ms. Sheffer, even though she's only moving like one spot to the left. I think it's important that you hear the things that she has been about and what she represents. And I'd like to say that publicly. So I wrote this letter to Ms. Sheffer, and I have a copy for you to hopefully keep for the ages. Okay. Remember when. Dear Ms. Sheffer, on behalf of the entire San Luis Coastal Unified School District, I want to express our deepest gratitude for your exceptional leadership as board president over the past 2 years. Your tenure has been marked by dedication, resilience, and a deep commitment to our district, our students, our staff, and the broader community. Throughout your multi-year cycle as board president, you worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure that all voices on the board were heard, valued, and respected. Your unwavering focus on student achievement and wellness, particularly through the challenges of the COVID transition, has been a guiding light for our entire district. Even in the most difficult moments, your leadership remained steadfast, always placing the needs of our students at the forefront of every decision. Your experience and steady hand have been invaluable during a time of tremendous challenge. You have guided us with grace, and your willingness to serve on special committees and offer support to former trustees through their own personal struggles has only deepened our respect for your leadership. As you transition out of the role of board president, we want to acknowledge your extraordinary service and the indelible impact you have had on our school district. In recognition of your dedication, we will choose books with you to be placed in the libraries throughout the district in your honor, a small token of our appreciation for you. Thank you, Ms. Sheffer, for your unwavering commitment to the San Luis Coastal Unified School District. Your leadership has made a lasting difference, and we are grateful for the privilege of having you serve in this role. Thank you.
Okay, I'm up. Let's see, where are we? The next item, 4.05, is the appointment of board members to committees and liaison posts. Dr. Prater.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Roger. Each year at the reorganization meeting, we have a series of decisions regarding appointees to the board members who sit on and serve on what we basically call subcommittee assignments. And this ensures that the board members have an opportunity to learn more about things that are a little bit tangential to the board table, but are nevertheless very important to the things that we do. And I personally enjoy seeing board members sitting on these committees and being a part of really important conversations that ultimately impact our students. So we have 9 subcommittees, and sometimes they grow and sometimes they don't. But the idea behind this is that not only do school board members in San Luis Coastal have 2 evening board meetings a month, a study session to discuss Measure C and Measure D commitments. They also serve on these subcommittees. So it's the hardest working group of board trustees that I've ever seen and know. And so normally what we do is we go through each of these. And Ms. Roger, if it's okay with you, I will go one by one. And at the end of each one, I'll hand it off back to you, and then members of the board can express their interest in whether they want to continue in that work or whether they would, or if they're interested in something else that's coming forward. So if that's okay with you, I'll go one by one. And at the end, When we all have found agreement to this, then at the end, we'll do a collective approval. Fair enough? Okay. So the first subcommittee is the Measure C Environmental Sustainability Subcommittee, currently held by Mr. Clausen. And this emerged out of two things. One, the passage of Measure C, which is $350 million facility bond to improve our elementary and middle schools, along with Pacific Beach High School. And this committee emerged out of that Measure C and Measure D work as to make sure that we're as thoughtful and careful about our impact on our environment, as well as the board's previous adoption of a resolution on climate. So this aligns to our vision, our mission, and our guiding principles. And this was first established last year, and it was a successful year. And so currently, Mr. Clausen sits with Mr. Pinkerton, and they work on the various things to promote and continue that work. So at this point, I will leave it to you, Mrs. Roger, to determine who would be interested in that committee.
Mr. Clausen, do you have interest in continuing to serve?
I do. I think one comment I'd like to make about it is, I think last year when we created it, I made a similar comment. I don't see its primary focus being around Measure C. I see its primary focus being around creating a sustainability vision for the district, in that we have an obligation to younger generations to create a sustainable future and policies and values around that. So I'd prefer it wasn't the Measure C Sustainability Committee. I just prefer it was the Sustainability Committee, but I would be happy to serve on it either way. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clausen. And then I wonder, how does the board feel? What is the board's feeling about changing the title of that subcommittee to the District Sustainability? Show of hands. Yes.
Thanks.
Can we do that, Dr. Prater?
Okay.
So Mr. Clausen wishes to continue on that committee.
Okay. The next subcommittee is the Inclusion and Engagement Subcommittee. And we currently have Mr. Banfield, Mr. Buckman, and an opening, a vacancy. And this one has been modified a bit to shift with the efforts of our district this year on our equity work. It's broken into three parts. We have committed to the University of Washington, and that is for our site leaders, focused on their leadership strategies and efforts through the lens of equity. So it is a really powerful program. I think of it like a master's program for our leaders. And we started it this year with the help of Ms. Yamashita and her team, and it has been really powerful. So there's one meeting generally a month that lasts a day. Okay, so it's a big commitment, but it doesn't go year round. It's a handful of times in the year, but it's a really important committee if you want to really look in on the work that we're doing with our leadership development around leading with equity in mind. And I'm super impressed with the work that's been done so far, and that is one of the openings. The second opening is the other structure that we have is the Site Equity Challenge, which we have partnered with the County Office of Education as well as Creative Cultural Creations. And they have committed to working with our sites specifically on identifying work that can be done this year and every year, but specifically this year, to target specific ways to positively impact our kids that are struggling. So consider our underrepresented student populations. And so this is focused in this particular group has been meeting this year, and they'll continue to meet through the rest of this year. And their focus, this is primarily our 2 middle schools and our 2 high schools, SLO High, our comprehensive high schools, SLO High and Morro Bay High, as well as Pacheco Elementary. And this particular committee participation would be, again, about once a month for a good solid 5 or 6 hours. And it's an amazing experience. I just was there this last week in the afternoon. So impressed with the work. Ms. Yamashita is overseeing that as well. And so there's that second sub within the subcommittee. And then the third one is the inclusion and belonging subcommittee, which is in partnership with the County Office of Ed, as well as with Cultural Creations. And that work is all about inviting site leaders and school teachers, support staff to participate in 2 hours once a month through the year. And it's at the County Office of Ed. And their work is around, again, trying to create classroom environments and school environments that are inclusive and welcoming and aware, so that kids feel a stronger sense of belonging and engagement. So those are the 3 committees within the subcommittee. And I'm looking right now, I believe we have Mr. Buckman and Mr. Banfield serving on the second one. But I'm looking for 1 per. Okay? And they're all 3 very important and very good. Ms. Roger.
Okay, so I guess I would say, Mr. Banfield, do you have interest in continuing? Did you want to select a subcommittee of the subcommittee to be on, or would you like to leave that up to Dr. Prater to assign? Okay, so Mr. Banfield's a yes. Mr. Buckman, did you wish to continue? Did you have a preference, or would you leave it up to Dr. Prater to assign? Okay, so then I'm looking for a nomination for a third, Mrs. Baltazano.
I would love to serve on this committee, be the third member.
Okay, are you willing to allow Dr. Prater to? Okay, so seeing no one else, I think that we have agreed to have Mr. Banfield, Mr. Buckman, and Mrs. Baltadano.
All right. And the third subcommittee is the most interesting one of them all. And this is the Central California Schools Financing Authority. This meeting is the most interesting thing. It predated me, but this is the oil revenue from Price Canyon. And because our boundaries with Lucia Mar School District and our district intersect in that area, a very smart business person from our district many years ago conjured up an idea of profit sharing the revenues from the oil production. And while we are a basic aid district, so we don't receive money or funds for students, we benefit from property taxes. Lucia Mar is a state-funded school district, so they receive money per ADA. So in exchange for part of that oil revenue, we gave them the students that were largely in our area. So they got the money for the students. We got a portion of the money for the oil revenue. And by way of that, the organizational structure, and Mr. Banfield currently serves on this, the meeting we hold, I think, quarterly, and it lasts a good 3 minutes. It's very formal. It lasts, it runs, we're Zooming it, and they get a portion of the money, we get a portion of the money, and it requires, and now that it's on Zoom, it's a little more convenient. So Mr. Banfield is currently serving on the CCSD SFA, and we're talking maybe $50,000 or $60,000, but still, it's $50,000 or $60,000. So it's well worth our while. Mrs. Roger.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Banfield, you're certainly welcome to stay on this committee if you choose. It's typically a committee that we find our newest board members gravitate to because they have a learning curve. They're learning in the first year, and so it's not terribly demanding, as we've just been told. So, Mrs. Baltadano, do you have interest in serving on this committee, or I know you've already selected one?
I am happy to serve where I'm needed. And I think I can manage a 3-minute meeting, even if it's a steep learning curve.
It could be rough. It could be rough. Okay, so we will.
If Mr. Banfield does not want to continue.
So, okay, Mrs. Baltadano then will be on the CCSFA committee.
Thank you. And the fourth subcommittee is the SLO County School Boards Association, presently seated by Mr. Unger. And besides the topic, I'm really not sure what that committee does. Mr. Unger, can you help me explain?
No.
Okay.
Actually, the committee used to get together prior to the County School Boards Association dinner honoring the staff of the year. They haven't done that in a while. I'm not sure how active this committee, I know this committee hasn't been active in the past few years, and I'm not sure how active it will be. I'm willing to continue on it because there's not a lot of commitment. Yeah, I want the commitment.
Could be a
commitmentless committee is what
Yeah.
I'm kind of interested in.
Is there agreement on the board then to allow Mr. Unger to continue as our placeholder? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And in our district, through the years, the next subcommittee is an interest-based bargaining liaison for the two classified unions that represent San Luis
Entonces,
Coastal.
el siguiente subcomité es para las negociaciones.
Mandy, are we good? And so the first representative group that enters into interest-based bargaining with us is CSEA. And that particular liaison is Mr. Buckman. And this is a bargaining year that we're entering into. Opinion of one, I think this could be a year that sustainability or keeping some previous experience might be a wise decision. So CSEA liaison is Mr. Buckman, and the SEIU representative is Mrs. Roger. So those two are the interest-based bargaining liaisons. Mrs. Roger.
Okay, Mr. Buckman, do you have interest in continuing? Okay, as do I. I think that there is value to being a known participant. And Mr. Buckman and I have been doing this for many years. We're only really called upon every 3 years to participate, but I think there's value in maintaining these roles if there's no objection from the board. Okay, seeing none, then.
Okay, the next subcommittee is an interesting one. I reflect on it quite a lot, how we educators try and link arms. We try to find creative ways to get together and unite, collaborate, and come out on the other side with some ways to improve conditions and experiences for the public school sector. And the Tri-County Education Coalition is a subcommittee that we brought to this board several years ago. It used to be quite well developed, and lately it has sort of gone into hibernation, but it includes San Luis Obispo County, Santa Barbara, and Ventura counties. It's a group of people trying to identify common education concerns and interests among groups and organizations to try to find ways to advocate in Sacramento for improved conditions. It's a really interesting concept, but like I said, it's sort of phased out over the years. But Mr. Buckman is the representative for this subcommittee, and Mrs. Raj, I'll leave that to you.
Thank you. Mr. Buckman, can you give us kind of a status report and an indication of your interest?
First of all, I'd like to continue. I've been doing this work for this district, and then prior to this with Santa Maria School District. This group was really powerful. We would go up to Sacramento and doors would open because it was teachers and classified administrators and school board members coming in with one voice. In fact, there's a organization up in Sacramento, the Education Coalition, that was modeled after this one that functions up in Sacramento. I'm talking to Sue Richardson right now from Ventura County, and we're going to be working to bring this back. So yes, I'd like to continue.
Can I ask? I'm sorry.
Yes.
A question just about it. Has some of the work of that committee been superseded or kind of roped into the work of REACH now that that is, or it's not similar? No.
But I think that might be an interesting to have some interaction between the two groups.
I was just wondering if that was one of the reasons for it being sort of inactive, as stated earlier.
Some of the members actually, that like the classified representative became administrative. He was promoted, and that kind of thing. Some of the superintendents had moved away, and quite honestly, I guess I'm partly responsible because it just wasn't held together well. So we're gonna bring it back, and I'm really looking forward to working with Ms. Richardson, from a school board member from Ventura.
Okay, so is it the will of the board then to have Mr. Buckman continue in this role? Okay.
The next subcommittee is Board Policy Subcommittee. And for those that may not realize it, we participate in the California School Boards Association's board policy system, where it's called GAMUT, G-A-M-U-T. It's an acronym that I do not know what it stands for, but what I will say is it's a really important tool for us if we use it wisely. And so what it does is it produces updated policies as the laws in Sacramento change, as we know they do every year. So there's a whole team of attorneys and educators in Sacramento at CSBA looking at these policies, and it serves as a way for us to keep on top of these policies, keep us well informed, put the board center stage in the development of those, or at least the processing of those. And the way we've done it is Ms. Yamashita, as the Assistant Sup of Ed Services, she works each month, probably twice a month, as GAMUT produces these recommended policy changes. She sits with the board's policy subcommittee. This subcommittee, with the help of Ms. Yamashita, identify these policies that we need to update and perhaps refine and bring it to the board on a regular basis for a first reading and a second reading. The board as a whole ultimately makes these decisions. The board subcommittee policy subcommittee, in partnership with Lisa Yamashita, make sure that we make it our own as best as possible before it goes to the board, so it's relevant and meaningful to us in our local community. So currently we have Mr. Buckman and Mrs. Sheffer on this subcommittee. Mrs. Roger.
Thank you. Mrs. Sheffer, do you have interest in continuing?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Buckman?
I'd love to stay on this.
Okay. Do we have Mr. Unger?
I want to thank you both for being on this committee. I think this is keeping up-to-date board policies is so important. And I think, Ellen, as you and I have talked, when we look at other school districts and when we look at school districts who are not up to date on their policy, I think it's a detriment to their school districts. And I really appreciate the work that you guys do, bringing forward policies that reflect what we want and what we as a board need. So thank you. I really appreciate your service.
Okay, I agree that it is really unsung work, but difficult work. And I too am appreciative. Do we have consensus on the board that will maintain this subcommittee? Okay.
The next subcommittee is the San Luis Coastal Education Foundation Subcommittee. We currently have Mr. Unger sitting as the board representative. I am proposing this year that now Mr. Unger is in his second year and it's designed to have a 2-year term. And what I'm suggesting to the board as a modification is that we add a second representative, but stagger the years so that we don't lose our organizational knowledge, institutional knowledge, and representation on the San Luis Coastal Education Foundation board. And this subcommittee, this particular group, for those that do not know, this was negotiated as part of the settlement agreement with PG&E, where they agreed to dedicate $10 million to an education foundation of our choosing. We created our own and developed it, and it has really taken off. But it's super important for anyone who knows the history of foundations, education foundations that partner with districts. It can be fractious. It can be difficult when communication breaks down. So in this case, having our board representatives on that participating, it keeps the relationship strong. It keeps awareness strong. And I just think it's a really important tool to keep our main thing, the main thing. Let's say it that way. And so currently we have Chris Unger, and I'm looking for an additional trustee that would be willing to sit on that in the alternative spot.
Thank you. Mr. Clausen.
I'd like to volunteer for the second spot if the board is okay with that.
I would like to remind people that we are an ex officio member, so we're non-voting members, but our presence at that meeting is very important, as we hear from what community members believe are important things for our school district. They need to hear what kinds of things we're working on that we think are important as well, and come together on those items. So I think you'll have a great time and you'll really enjoy that committee.
Okay, so seeing no other interest and support for Mr. Clausen, I think that's resolved.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clausen. And then the final subcommittee is the District Facilities and Surplus Properties Subcommittee, currently seated by Mrs. Sheffer and Mrs. Roger. For those of you that have been paying attention out there, we have been engaging with the city of Morro Bay and the county of San Luis Obispo as it relates to Sunnyside and Morro Elementary. And without going into particulars, the board facility subcommittee or surplus property subcommittee works with myself, Mr. Pinkerton, and our district legal counsel, Harold Freeman, on moving this forward so the whole board can have a rich conversation around next steps, around facts. So in a way, this subcommittee is really, really vital to creating efficiencies when the board weighs in as a whole body. They have all the facts, they have all the information, they know what questions to ask. And so this subcommittee is really important. And we're at a very a delicate time right now as it relates to these discussions. So again, this might be a time that we keep this team in place, but that's certainly your call. Mrs. Roger.
Mrs. Sheffer.
Yes, I have great interest in remaining on this subcommittee.
As do I. This subcommittee had a fairly long period of inactivity, but recently things have begun to move, and I think you're right. As relationships are being established with the county and the city of Morro Bay, I think it's important to maintain the contacts that we have. So I am interested in continuing as well. Okay, well, let's see. No one else is indicating an interest. So shall I assume then that it's the will of the board that we, okay?
So those are the subcommittees. I don't know what you do in your spare time, but I really appreciate this work. It's really important work on behalf of the district. So thank you. Mrs. Rogers, so would you like me to go through and identify each of the people, or do you want to just move based on what we agreed to previously?
That would be, Mrs. Dawson, what is your preference? She's good? Okay, then I think I'm seeking a motion to approve the subcommittee assignments as we have discussed.
I move to approve the subcommittee assignments as we've discussed.
I second it.
So I have a motion by Mr. Clausen, a second by Mr. Banfield. A roll call vote, Mrs. Baltodano,
Yes.
Mr. Unger,
Yes.
Mr. Banfield,
Yes.
Mrs. Sheffer,
Yes.
Mr. Buckman, Mr. Clausen,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. So that passes 7-0. Item 4.06 is the adoption of the 2025 board meeting calendar. Dr. Prater.
Yes, and thank you, Mrs. Roger. This item is pretty obvious in that it lays out the board meetings for the January to December timeframe, and it lays out whether there's one board meeting a month, two, depending on how the calendar and the breaks work out. I worked with Mrs. Dawson on this and tried my best. We tried our best to make sure that this made sense to everyone. I would like to point to a couple things. You'll notice as a way of pattern, if you go to February, first of all, I'll just speak to January. January is typically a month where we have one board meeting, because that is when we're coming back from break. And people are really trying to gain their bearings from the winter holidays. And so we have a meeting on the 14th and a study session on the 9th. So the yellow is the study session and the blue is the board meeting. And while I'm speaking about the study sessions in yellow, you know that they are typically in between the board meetings, which are held the first and the third Tuesdays of the month. The study sessions are typically held the second Thursday of the month. And we have pivoted and adjusted the way in which we run these meetings in terms of time to accommodate board members who work a regular job or lead a company, something to that effect. And so, or our dean of a college of law, just very busy people. And so recognizing that and knowing that we currently have our study sessions scheduled from 2 to 4:30 every Thursday of each month in the second Thursday of each month, I would like to propose, this is like a higher skill for me to squeeze a little bit and be more efficient and effective in the use of our time and the content that we discuss. I would like to propose that we try a 3:30 to 5 p.m. time frame, so 90 minutes on those study sessions for this coming year. And maybe perhaps at the end of the year, we could pivot if we need to adjust that. but I think what it would do is it would force us to really prioritize topics to cover. It would really require a whole lot of careful communication, and my team's ready to do that. But with that said, I'd like to make the adjustment for the study sessions with your approval from 2 to 4:30 to 3:30 to 5. And it's a hard stop at 5 because people have families, they have commitments, some have work, some have families to be with, and so forth and so on. And I would like to make that proposal before I move forward on this calendar, if that's okay and acceptable to the board.
Okay, let's see. Mr. Unger, followed by Mrs. Sheffer, followed by Mr. Clausen.
That certainly works for me. I would want to be done by 5. And I, there's sort of an old saw, and I'm gonna get this wrong, that we expand time to fill the time we have. So my hope when you talk about more efficiency is that we'll be able to use that hour and a half in that manner. So I would support this, absolutely.
Mrs. Sheffer.
I support it as well, and I really appreciate how staff does a very effective job of front loading us prior to these meetings so that we have appropriate information in a timely manner and are able to ask questions and have some of our any additional information individual board members may find assist us in preparing for the meetings to have that available. And as one of the working people on the board, I appreciate that.
Okay. Mr. Clausen.
I just want to say I appreciate this adjustment and accommodating to conflicting schedules, and I think we can use the time really efficiently.
Okay, so it appears that we have consensus on the board. I just would add that sometimes these study sessions, we discuss subjects not related to Measure C. And I understand that they're important and we need to do that, but I want to be mindful that Measure C is always represented in the study session because that is the people's money.
Yes, I understand.
Thank you.
Okay, so given that adjustment, I'd like to continue just going through. You'll see that there are patterns that emerge of 2 meetings. So first Tuesday and Thursday, the first and third Tuesdays of the month are our evening meetings, our regular board meetings, and Thursdays in between those are the study sessions. You'll note as you go through this calendar that this year we have 2 meetings in May and 2 meetings in June. Sometimes the way the calendar falls, we'll have 3 meetings in May and 1 meeting in June, depending on how graduation falls. So in this year, that balances out nicely. You'll notice on June 12th, it's blue. On that Thursday where there would normally be a study session. That blue on the 12th of June is something that you all need to commit to because that is the annual board workshop. That is where you take all the year's feedback and findings, the LCAP information, the youth truth, the common ground, parent leader feedback, all that, all the equity feedback we hear, and we discuss it and pull it all together into a set of priorities as we move forward into the next year. My team counts on that because we spend the rest of the summer leading up to the new year backward mapping and planning out those priorities. So it's important that we have that day committed to so that we can, again, plan our summers effectively. So, and then as you go through into July, you'll notice that there's the yellow on the 17th, which is a Thursday. That particular study session is a requirement for the board. And so we need to meet on that day for matters of board governance And so in terms of, getting your annual compensation or your monthly compensation. So you have to have a meeting, and that summer break in July is that meeting. Okay. You'll notice there are yellow, the June 20th and 27th, 11th, 18th, 25th, and August 1st. Those yellows are the 4 10-hour work weeks for the summer. That's how our team up above gets their break in the summer. Okay. And then you'll notice that on August 19th, 19th, we have our board meeting, and the first day of school is Thursday, August 14th. Okay. Staff reports August 11th, and we typically have professional development days the week of the 4th. Okay. We come back, and you can see September, we start right back up again. No, October looks very similar, November as well. And then in December of next year, you will see that it's one meeting, the 16th. And that particular meeting, much like this meeting, is backed up to the holidays. You might ask, well, why are we only doing one? It's because the annual board conference, which is your professional development as a board, occurs during the first week of December. Okay. Next year, I believe it is in Sacramento, which is ideal because I have a lot to say up there. And so for that, the only other thing that I will potentially just mention is you'll notice a red square on June 19th, and that is the federal law, Juneteenth. So that is a mandatory holiday. Okay. So that's our annual calendar that I'm asking for you to adopt. And Mrs. Roger, I'll leave it to you.
Thank you. Is there any board comment regarding the calendar? May I suggest, Dr. Prater, that we adopt it conditioned upon any board member that has a conflict with June 12th, advise you,
sure,
as soon as possible, so that could be changed if we needed to.
That makes perfect sense.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Do we need a motion?
We need to vote. Yes, Mrs. Baltadon.
Does it require a motion? Yes. I'll move to adopt the calendar as discussed with the adjustment to the board study session from 2 to 4:30 to 3:30 to 5 p.m. and the caveat regarding June 12th.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Okay, so I have a motion by Mrs. Baltadano and a second by Mrs. Sheffer. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 7-0. So the next item is correspondence. At the time that the agenda was published, the board had received written correspondence from Lena Egan regarding the schedule, the high school schedules, and their impact on, their impact on students. Public comment. Mrs. Sheffer has the request to speak, and I'll let her take it from here. Oh, sorry, it's been a while since I've done this. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to comment. That's a hard 3 minutes. You may not cede your time to anyone else. If you have previously provided written comment, then we won't entertain verbal comment as well. And I think that that's all we need to know.
I'm going to call these off 3 people at a time, and so that folks can be prepared, and you'll see a timer on the screen. First is Amber Wilkerson, followed by Adam Dale, followed by Jackie Lowe.
Hi, my name is Dr. Amber Wilkerson. I usually speak on behalf of my daughter and my family. However, tonight I address you as a special education teacher in SLCUSD because the only group I love as much as my family are my students and my team. I don't know if you quite understand the job that a special education teacher does, so I'd like to share, and this is a true story. During an average week, I have written 3 25-page individualized education plans during my lunch and breaks. I plan lessons for the 54 goals of my 9 students in addition to the adopted curriculum. I assess benchmark goals for their IEPs. I wipe noses and fix boo-boos, and I do teach the students who are not in the green and blue. I email and answered 19 parent emails on Parent Square. I created 4 visual supports, laminated them, and put 24 Velcro dots on each. I revised my lunch, break, and integration schedules for the 4 pairs in my classroom every time there was something that popped up. I emailed and collaborated with 3 general education teachers who share my students. I scheduled 2 IEP meetings, one of which is moving into the 3rd meeting for the same student. I co-taught speech lessons, I supervised yard duty, I played on the floor teaching social skills. I got to use the bathroom 1 time per day, and I enjoyed 2 out of my 5 protected lunches. This is in addition to the daily teaching schedules and duties as a teacher. I'm not complaining. I love my job. What I would ask is that the school board understand the complexity of being a special education teacher. Do you know that we routinely get hit, punched, kicked, and spit on while shaping the skills of our students? Have you ever had the responsibility of making sure a dysregulated student doesn't run into the street or hurt themselves or others? Do you know we often feed our students because our snack recess is at 10:20 and they come to school hungry at 8:15? Do you know some of our students are on the bus for an hour before they even arrive at school? We handle crisis after crisis, and then we return to teach as if nothing has happened. Our nervous systems are shot, and half of us, I bet, are on medication. We have exceptional special educators in SLCUSD. We want to keep them. We also want to ensure that new special education teachers want to be in our district. For this to happen, we need your support. We need to make sure we are compensated for the endless hours of paperwork, meetings, and conversations that happened outside of our duty day. We need to ensure our classified salaries for our paraprofessionals are so competitive we have a pool of qualified applicants and that our parents can afford to live in the community they work in. We need adequate planning and IEP time. While we have a lot of days, they're just not enough. We need protections against violence. While our students do have emotional and behavioral needs, it should never be tolerated or acceptable to be beaten up on a daily basis. Mostly, we want to feel valued by the language and actions of this board and district. I would challenge you to come sit in our classrooms, visit, stay a while, see and meet the amazing students we care for, and witness the extraordinary challenges that we juggle every day. Thank you.
Adam Dale.
Hello, board members and colleagues. Thank you, SLCTA members, for your support tonight. Over my years in special education in San Luis Coastal, I've had a lot of positive support, collaboration, and mentoring. Great students and families, positive student outcomes. Most of the time, my workload has felt reasonable to me. Unfortunately now, my workload as a special ed class teacher, special day class teacher, has risen to the point where I'm sacrificing personal time that I want and need to protect. I don't feel as if I'm serving my students as effectively as I could in the past with smaller class sizes and a generally more reasonable workload. At the beginning of this year, I was in crisis about my workload, talking to my wife, and she realized, you sound like a first-year teacher, how you're feeling. And that's a strange place to be when you feel experienced and confident in what you're doing. I have since had and appreciate support from Janet Gould and Student Services in addressing some of my workload concerns, but this still is a significant concern for me and for other special educators in our district. Despite platitudes and generalizations, teachers are not tireless. We have personal lives which deserve protection. In my experience, what I observed from my colleagues and special education teachers, our workload is increasing beyond what's reasonable or sustainable. For me, a class size maximum for special day classes would have a large effect on my workload and create an actual small group environment to support my students. Turnover of special education staff is very challenging. We need to be able to fill positions. My workload situation is directly related to that, but we need to have colleagues who we can build relationships with to become, supportive school teams for our students. We don't have that. We have so much turnover and unfilled positions. IEPs outside the duty day, that's how I do IEPs. My biggest role as a special educator, writing and delivering those IEPs for compliance is done outside the duty day. Largely, I feel coerced into donating my time outside of the duty day. I care about my students and I want the best for them, but I need to draw a line with the rest of my life and my workload. Supporting special education teachers is supporting special education students. Please support students by supporting teachers. Thank you.
Next, we have Jackie Lowe, followed by Eric Young and Eileen Wright.
All right. Good evening. I'm Dr. Jackie Lowe. Erica, it's good to see you up there. I first shared my concern with the district's decision to pause the Equity Committee in October of 2023. After I submitted a resolution in December of 23, a study session was held earlier this year on February 15th. At this study session, the school board acknowledged the importance of our need to interrogate our systems and engage underrepresented members of our community. Dr. Prater acknowledged that he had moved the district away from where we needed to be and how the emphasis on Hanover research was not impacting students or staff. I still am requesting that this information be posted for the public. After this meeting, Dr. Prater approached me and stated that he was looking forward to working with me in improving parent engagement and the district's equity work. At the February study session, my partner and I shared our experience engaging with the district. One of our concluding statements was that the district's current structure allows staff to deem the voices of parents who provide critical feedback as worthy of being disqualified as a reasoned member of committees. I know that the day after this study session, Dr. Prater reached out to Michael Boyer to meet. This is who Dr. Prater has hired as a consultant to lead the district's parent engagement task force. I am frustrated, but not surprised that Dr. Prater and his team have figured out how to exclude voices like mine yet again. On October 1st, we were presented with staff's desire to partner with parent engagement that is representative of impacted groups of students. This is when I first realized the possibility of my re-marginalization and Michael Boyer's role as the tokenized mechanism to exclude me. Michael Boyer will not allow me to participate in the task force because I am not viewed as a representative of underrepresented communities. He is now a new barrier to a committee that I advocated and pushed you to have. You agreed to hire Michael Boyer despite Dr. Prater's own admission to this board of Mr. Boyer's previous failed partnership with our district. Michael Boyer was hired because I kept showing up and kept pushing you all to do better. But because I have risen above my life circumstances, because I now have the education and the language to speak to these issues, I continue to be excluded. Instead of paying Michael Boyer $80,000, I would have done this work for our community for free. He is not an educator, he is not trained in educational equity, and he does not live in our community. I am asking this board to act in service of your constituents, which I am one of them, and tear down the perpetual barrier that Dr. Prater so elegantly crafts to hide and exclude critical voices such as mine. I'm still waiting for meeting dates and times to participate in this task force that I fought for all year long. And I see you and I hear you, Dr. Prater, that you do not want me to belong in this community, but nevertheless I do.
Eric Young.
Hello. My name is Eric Young. I'm a resource specialist out at Los Osos Middle School, and I've been there for the last 5 years. I've been a SPED teacher for 15 years, and just kind of echo some of the sentiments of my colleagues that the last few years have been very challenging. One of the things I love about being a SPED teacher is like the stories that we get to share about the successes of our students. And I often become concerned about our ability to continue to share in those successes with the increasing workloads and the what we're asked to do outside of our typical day, long meetings, early mornings preparing for those meetings and the paperwork involved with them. But we do them because we know that those hard-earned successes, like we get to be part of it. And this is like an incredible team of people here that are working tirelessly every day to support their students. I'd like to see more of that collaboration with the school board and with our district leadership to help to continue to have those hard-earned like successes for our students, so that we can all be part of that. Thank you.
Eileen Wright, followed by Rachel Calderwood and Wendy Chadwick.
Hi, I'm Eileen Wright. He's just here for moral support. We are school psychologists in the district. I came to the district in 2021. I was a COVID temporary hire to do in-person testing when a lot of that was not happening at the time. So I was working out of the district office. I don't have a well-prepared speech or anything, but I just want to talk about some trends that we've been seeing that I want you guys to take note of. In our work as school psychologists, most people don't know what we do. We assess for special education. We identify students for special education. We are direct service providers as counselors for students with counseling in their IEPs. We are crisis managers. We do suicide risk assessments. We do threat assessments. We collaborate with county and community providers in support of our students' mental health and well-being. We work with our on-site partners as well in support of the mental health and well-being of our students. And we also support the mental health and well-being of our staff when they're burnt out and ready to quit or are having, you know, a hell of a month and they need a place to put that. They often come find us to also meet their needs and continue being employed without sending letters of resignation on the spot. So what we've been seeing in our world lately, really a lot since COVID, it was on the upward trend, I would say, before that, but it's even more so now, is just the mental health and well-being of people. I'll say people, I won't even say students, but our young people are really struggling in general. And what we really need is systems and programs and personnel to support the influx of that on an ongoing basis. We don't see those trends decreasing, unfortunately. We see those trends increasing for a lot of reasons, COVID just being one of them in the pileup of the mess. And so, you know, we were really excited to see the wellness centers pop up at our high schools. We really need those in our middle schools also. The middle schools are struggling. One of our sites has a little more support and programming than the other. That's also a big concern for us in terms of like equity and access and the things that we were talking about or hearing you guys talk about tonight. So for us, we really want to see movement in that direction to support mental health and well-being. And that really has to come through programs, systems, and personnel. Just to end on a note, in the spirit of what our teachers were saying, the recommended caseload for a school psychologist based on the National Association of School Psychologists is 1 to 500, which means we would have almost one full-time school psychologist in every single one of our schools, if not more. Thank you.
Good evening. Today was our holiday pajama day, so I am dressed in style. So good evening, board and district office members. I am a more intensive or education specialist in San Luis Coastal Unified School District. This is my 3rd year teaching here and my 12th year in the world of special education. This is a district that I started school in at Baywood, hello Mr. Banfield, in kindergarten, and I graduated from Morro Bay High School in 2012. This is a district that I love. I also want to express that I love teaching students with extensive support needs and their families. And part of that is advocating for my students, their families, myself, and my fellow staff. Tonight, I would like to discuss the many facets of my job as a teacher and as a case manager. Within the hours of my school day each week, I am expected to coordinate my paraeducators in my classroom and all pieces and parts involved in that. I teach each of my individual students. I speak and work with each student's family. I speak with the general education teachers to coordinate inclusion and support plans for how my students can best find support with their peers. I work with my students and classroom staff, coordinating with related service providers, OT, OI, PT, SLP, and BCBA, to name a few, to discuss plans and adjustments to data collection, etc. I write and amend my IEPs and update their goals. It takes me 2 to 4 hours to write and update an annual IEP, and then an additional 1 to 2 hours to prep and print everything appropriately for an IEP meeting. I collect data and make new plans for my whole class, individual students, and my staff. This year alone, I believe I am on my 8th schedule and will be making a new one for when we return. This job is ever changing, as are the needs of my students, their families, and staff. I am simply not capable of being a good or quality educator with the limited time available for me to prepare all these things. I would love to write social stories for individual students, including their pictures about the nuances of their school day they need for social support, or creating student-centered profiles in a timely manner, or be able to make new goal work and work task boxes for students to match each of our themed units that pair with our gen ed peers. The reality is I do not have time or capacity. When I do have prep, I barely have time to respond to emails, let alone prep or create curriculum, which I have to do because of my students' needs and special interests. These are things I love and enjoy about my job. I thrive with creativity, but I cannot do these things when I'm juggling and dog paddling on the surface. I want to be a fantastic teacher, and I have parents who praise me and send me amazing emails. Here's a quote from a parent from last year. I'm in awe of your education and dedication and commitment to ensure that every child feels seen, loved, appreciated, and included. You are a rock star. But I know this cannot last because my energy and emotional level are not sustainable. No one's is. There are many solutions to this: consistent longer prep days or periods, additional classroom staff to allow the case manager to do the role of case managing. I am happy to discuss any of these issues. And you're also welcome to visit my classroom. Please do. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Wendy Chadwick, and I'm a resource teacher at Bishop's Peak Elementary, and I'm here giving voice to our SDC teachers. I want to address the challenges affecting our ability to provide quality education, such as the lack of class size caps, insufficient prep time, and unsustainable caseload. Over the past 4 years, 7 different teachers have rotated through the 2 SDC classrooms at Bishop's Peak. This low retention rate impacts our students, making it difficult for them to regulate their emotions, create strong relationships. The high turnover also strains relationships and communication between the general education teachers, the special education teachers, and our families, and it weakens their trust in the services we provide. At BP, we have 2 LI classrooms, one with 11 students and another with soon to be 13 students in STC, and they often require a low stimulating environment to support emotional regulation and to stay safe and to access that curriculum. Teacher collected data from one of the SDC rooms shows that when 7 to 9 students are present, physical aggression and work refusal behaviors are cut in half. And elopement decreases by 1/3 compared to when all 11 students are present. Another pressing issue is the need for protected prep time. SDC teachers must balance case management demands, including writing IEPs, assessment reports, report cards, progress reports, collecting progress, monitoring data, training the para educators, scheduling the IEP meetings, assessing students, and lesson planning. You've heard all that before. One solution to this problem is having a vice principal at the elementary level to support assessing students, communicating with families, drafting behavior plans, and providing additional behavioral support in the classroom. We need extra time to complete IEP and case management tasks to ensure compliance with legal deadlines and our job expectations. For example, SLPs have 1 week per month for their case managing duties, and secondary teachers have a prep period for each day. In Los Angeles and Berkeley Unified, they capped the SDC class
sizes and limit the grade combinations as another option as well. The unsustainable workload of STC teachers necessitates change to enhance equity and ensure quality specialized instruction. We propose a maximum of 9 students per SDC class and increased preparation time, and the creation of this vice principal position. But by prioritizing these adjustments, we can foster an environment where every student thrives and through personalized support and consistent education. Thank you.
I'm Jay Fantasia.
Oh, yeah, Sherry is next.
Good evening, board members. My name is Cherie Hovey, and I am a speech-language pathologist in SLCUSD. I am here to speak on behalf of all San Luis Coastal's SLPs with regards to the upcoming contract negotiations. We, as a group, thank the board for their hard work and dedication to serving the students and this district. We recognize and are grateful for what the board, cabinet, and our director, Janet Gould, has done for the SLPs. You have increased our FTE allocation, which has helped support growing workload and assessment referrals. Janet has been a supportive leader and advocate. She recognizes the complexities of the work required of an SLP to successfully carry out our duties. Although we are grateful, we have concerns that impact our ability to serve students as best we can. Since returning after the pandemic, the impact on child development and student learning is significant nationwide. The addition of transitional kindergarten classes, increased enrollment, and pandemic impacts have increased the incidence and severities of disabilities as well as behaviors. In order for SLPs to best serve our students, please consider these 3 things. Due to heavy caseloads, increases in paperwork, numbers of meetings, SLPs are often on campus long after contract hours and still take work home. Solutions could be monthly marathon IEP days during contract hours with a roving sub for general education teachers, or adding to the contract time carding at our daily rate of pay for hours worked for report IEP writings and meetings outside of contract hours. Second, size of caseloads. Please consider a workload cap in the contract. Number 3, consider revising the SLP pay scale, adjusting the steps to a shorter model, but with a larger increases in step, or by adding stipends for specialties such as bilingual SLPs, which we only have 1. She's doing all of our bilingual assessments, assistive technology specialists, or lead SLP. The work SLPs do transcends educational impact. Although it's our assignment, the level of skill, professionalism, heart, and counseling that goes into everyday interactions with students, families, and staff is immeasurable. We are often on the front line alongside our education colleagues in informing a family for the first time that their child qualifies under the category of autism or has significant speech and language impairment. We not only assess students to determine their needs, but then turn around and build relationships with the family and especially the student to teach them specific abilities to be able to access their education and life skills. We ask that you please consider the importance of the work that SLPs accomplish daily and how contracts changes can be made so that we can successfully support our students. I would like to invite all of you to come observe an SLP and witness the unique day-to-day work and how we support San Luis Coastal students. Thank you for this opportunity to be heard, and thank you for the time you have taken to listen to all of the special educators this evening.
Next, I have Jay Fantasia, followed by Mila Labar, followed by Michael Lowe.
I'm Jay Fantasia. I'm a teacher at SLO High, and I had written a few speeches, but I decided that I'd rather just face the board and say a couple meaningful things rather than try to blast you with a bunch of language. I've been teaching for 23 years. I've never been happier than at SLO High. It's the most amazing place I could imagine working, and I can't imagine having a better administrator than Roland Dickinson. I think he's the greatest, and he's the best flagship commander I could imagine for a high school. I just have to say that because I brag about it all the time, how much I love working there. The students are amazing. San Luis High is similar to how amazing San Luis Obispo is. It's a super special place. I've lived in a lot of places. I lived here when I was young too, and it blew me away then. There's a special bubble here, and I hope that bubble continues forever. yeah, it's like it's so hard when all these teachers come up here. They're showing you that they're kind of their ugliest side, the side they don't want to show, because teachers don't like to complain, right? They're stoked about what they do. They're given 110%. They never ask for help, right? You're more likely to see them crying or with their head in their hands than asking for help, right? So when they come up here, it's really a super vulnerable side of them that doesn't really come out very often. This is not something they're comfortable with. This is like kryptonite for them. So I wanted to say that to you guys, to say, like, I hope you can hear with a golden ear to them, because like where we're at, we're in the heart of the community. Well, I see that like SLO High is regenerating San Luis Obispo. Like, it's the genetic future of San Luis Obispo and the culture of San Luis Obispo. It's so special to get to do this work. But things like the housing market seriously impact my work, because I'm working with the most vulnerable students. I'm a special agent, essentially, as a special educator, to advocate for the most vulnerable students. And something like the housing market just pushes more families out of being able to live independently and puts a lot more pressure on students and their lives. And the stories that we end up finding out about as case managers are just so intense. And they include incarceration. They include it's intense. And I think it's important to keep in mind that there is a teaching crisis. And part of that crisis has to do with things like the housing market. And these ideas of that, you have the American dream, you graduate from college, you get your first job, you get a house, you get married. Those things, that's what I grew up with. And I feel like those things are in danger. But also that's kind of like first world problems, considering that things like the housing market seriously impact our most vulnerable students. And then they come to us needing more and in more crisis and struggling more. And I just wanted to that out to you guys. Thanks.
Good evening, board members. My name is Mila Vujovic Labar, and I've had the immense pleasure of teaching in the San Luis Coastal School District for 41 years, and I still love it. First of all, I want to commend whoever made the decision for all teachers to have a professional development day on November 1st, the day after Halloween. I am hoping that you can make note of that slice of genius. It served the entire school community well, and I already checked my calendar, and 2027 is going to be your next opportunity to make that same smart move. Last month, I sent you individually 3 separate emails about financial literacy, career education, and drug abuse education. I hope that these 3 topics can be integrated into our school curriculum through coordinated efforts at the district level. The overarching theme is that all students, both regular education and those with special needs, need help to plan their future, to be introduced to viable career options, to help them use their talents, and to learn how to take care of their developing bodies at this critical time in their lives. Students need enhanced instruction to help them plan for their future and stay healthy. First off, financial literacy is supported by Assembly Bill 166, which was passed in the state of California in 2015. The bill mandates that financial literacy be taught in grades K through 12. When students start to realize the cost of living, they become more motivated to study and to secure a job that provides the lifestyle they desire. It also gives them more respect for their parents and how much parents are sacrificing to meet their basic needs and provide for extras. Annually, I address financial literacy in my United States history classes with a budget and common financial terms. The activity and information are always well received. Ideally, this financial literacy will be integrated into English, math, and social science units from K through 12, and I would like our district to make that a goal. The next letter that I sent involved career education. There is no longer a career day on campus. We do have limited guest speakers. I hope that the district can discuss career options earlier and highlight the vocational career paths as well as the ones that require a college degree. I would like for the district to create a bank of YouTube videos that highlight careers and highlight the salary and benefits for each job. Lastly, I'm very concerned that a coordinated program that provides education for drug abuse no longer exists at the middle school level. Years ago, I was part of a community group that advocated for drug education to be integrated into the school curriculum. There was success for a few years in that it was taught in our science classes. That educational unit then got transferred to the physical education classes where few teachers have time to address that topic. If keeping our students healthy is truly a goal, I am hoping that drug education can be integrated into our science classes where it has a place according to the California state standards or into our weekly advisory classes. I remain passionate about education, and I'm hoping these 3 additions will help all students. Thank you very much.
Michael Lowe, and then the final yellow sheet I have is from Jim Nett.
Good evening, Michael Lowe. I'm a parent of a student at Laguna Middle School and C.L. Smith. Last night I had the privilege of going to the PAC to watch the Laguna Middle School and the high school combined winter concert. It was the second time I got to do that with my son who's in band, and it was really encouraging to just see him grow as a musician, grow as a student, to gain confidence. There was a moment in the concert where they recognized administrators. Thank you, Ms. Yamashita, for showing up and supporting my students. They also took a moment to try to recognize board members, but it didn't appear that any of you were there. And so I'm here to kindly admonish you all to show up for our students. One of my criticisms of the board is that there isn't parent representation. And so I'm asking that throughout your time on the board, try to sit in view what decisions you have to make from the perspective of parents. One of the things that you actually missed last night was incredible work, especially by Troy Cooch, who's I think been in the position at as band director for 2 years. There was a moment where the 7th grade band was out there, and he asked all the 8th graders in the 7th grade band to stand up. And there was about 10 or 12 of them. And I found that to be really impressive because a lot of these types of programs tend to have retention issues as students get older. But somehow Mr. Cooch is building enthusiasm around music on campus so that 8th graders are willing to sit with 7th graders to learn music. And so those are some really incredible things that that we got to see last night. And so I just ask that you guys continue to show up for our students. There's another opportunity for band. They have a combined concert. I think it's in May. It'll be at Slow High School. So thank you.
Good evening. You all know me. For the record, I'm Jim Nett. I'm a classroom teacher here at Laguna Middle School. And I take great pride in the fact that I have been working for you as an educator in our schools for 30 years. And in my tenure here in the district, I've seen a lot of changes, as you have. And you've heard some of the teachers here with me tonight talk about an issue that's affecting general ed classrooms and really affecting teachers working in resource special ed, specialists, speech, and all those special needs that we see in our students. And in my career, I used to have a very small folder because when we get IEP information as a general ed teacher, we're required to see that the accommodations and the modifications are done in our classrooms. And I would have a small folder. In the last several years, I couldn't get them all in there. I had to get a 1/2-inch binder. This is my binder this year. I have 60 students that I have to try and remember their accommodations, their modifications, and implement them on a daily basis. We have kind of a crisis, I feel, going on. And we're overworking the people that are closest. They're here tonight. And I feel we're here because we need to impress upon you to get involved at a personal level. People invited you to visit their classroom, but we have a wonderful school administrator and superintendents. And I'm asking you to task them with giving you more specific information of what's going on with the needs of our students and the increase in those numbers, because the old model isn't working anymore. And I'm tasking you, thank you, to empower them to develop new plans, new strategies to help those of us working in the general ed and in the special ed fields. More PD for teachers isn't going to solve the issues and the problems you're hearing about tonight. People need smaller, more manageable caseloads, more time to do work required of them, work that wouldn't or can't be done when they're in front of students all day, as a lot of these teachers are. We need more paraeducators. I know we're trying not to hire more people. It's a budget issue, but we need more paraeducators. We need more classroom aides. Some employees you've heard from tonight actually deserve hazard pay. It's a situation that I feel isn't being swept under the rug, but I think it's so obvious in our schools, and that's why we're here, is we're going to bring it to you and ask you to work with the school administration to help us solve what we're really struggling with. Every child deserves an excellent education. We can do that, but it's getting very difficult under the conditions we're currently under.
I have two more sheets have been handed to me. First is Kim Wishon and second is Sarah Case.
Hello, school board. Thank you for your work that you do. My name is Kim Wishon and I live in Los Osos. I'm also the varsity coach at Morro Bay High. Just came from a game for the girls. I have had 2 children go through San Luis Coastal School District schools, and I'm also the founder and administrator at Wishing Well School, which rents space at Sunnyside Elementary. I am here before you tonight to basically request an extension for our lease. We have been renting at Sunnyside for 13 years. We've built up our program. We are actually an official Waldorf school. We just got recognition for that. I really applaud all of the special ed teachers who are here tonight. I know your job is really hard, and actually our school is an alternative, and we're helping, I feel like, a little bit in that realm. Sunnyside, being a surplus property of the district, is in the process of negotiations and selling. So as we all know, process can kind of take a long time. I would just encourage you, we're trying to look at it in the short term and in the long term. Our short term is that we have over 100 families that want to know if we have a school next year. We've looked at so many different options in the county, and a school our size, there's just really not a lot out there. We also employ 21 people, local people. So that's also a factor to let them know that they have a job next year. So in the short, I feel like a vacant building is a vandalized building, and we are here. We've been really great tenants. We are here to support. And in the long term, what's best for Los Osos, hopefully the county purchases the property. I know you're in negotiations with that. We're also talking with Board of Supervisors about that. Being a Waldorf school, we draw from all over the county. And so that brings economy to Los Osos, and we're also have been working with LOCAC, the Community Advisory Council out there, to work with the community as to how we can really make Sunnyside property be a long-term community property. So not just have a school, but also have lots of things that the community needs, like a senior center or pickleball courts or more park space, all of that. I think that's pretty much it. I would just like to thank you so much for your time. I'm also a board member, and I know that it's a lot of work. So thank you so much, and thank you for offering such a wonderful education through San Luis Coastal.
Sarah Case.
Hi, I'm Sarah Case. I am the Wishing Well School Board President, and just kind of following up on what Kim has just said, just wanted to come up and speak on behalf of our board to you all. I'm also a resident of San Luis and a very grateful parent of a Seoul High School student, so thank you for all your good work there. Yeah, I just wanted to say, Wishing Well, we have 140 students, we have 20 plus employees, and we offer a really beautiful educational alternative in our county. And we understand that you guys are in the process of selling the property. And I know, as Kim has said, there's a lot of things that go on in that process, but we would love to be able to reassure our beautiful students and parents and teachers and staff that they can have a job and a place to come work in the fall. Even a 1-year extension on the lease would be a wonderful short term, just load off our back. So just wanted to say that, and thank you so much for all your work. And yeah, we're looking forward to coming up with a solution that can work for everyone. So thank you so much.
That was the last written request to speak that we had. Is there anyone present who did not submit a written request but would like to address the board? Seeing no one, then do we have anyone on Zoom? We do.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. So my name is Deborah Foster, and I'm a para at CL Smith, and I work with the 4th to 6th grade special ed class. And it's my second year being with the school district officially, and then I was with the agency before that. And without para educators, our SPED teachers would be even more stressed than they already are. So taking, like us out of the equation, it's going to stress them out even more. And they, with our help, they're able to like laugh and joke and have fun with the kids. And taking us away, there'd be, less of that and them being more like stressed out. And so I just encourage you to keep the paraeducators that are already here on and hire more paraeducators because it's desperately needed. So thank you for your time.
Next, we have Grace Van Doren, and if you wish to address the board via Zoom, please use the raise your hand icon.
Good evening, trustees and cabinet. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Grace Van Doren, and I'm the lead credentialed school nurse for San Luis Coastal. My youngest of 3 is also a student. She's a senior at SLO High, and I am a product of San Luis Coastal K through 12th grade. The theme of tonight's public comment has largely been special education, and I'd like to provide an additional lens as well as to take a peek into the future. A large part of my job as a school nurse is allocated to assessing students' initial and triennial IEP evaluations. Preschool Early Education Program, or PEEP, is a program to which 2-year-olds are referred for an initial evaluation. The vast majority of these children have already been receiving early intervention, speech, and occupational therapy through Tri-Counties Regional Center. The school nurse's role in these evaluations is to screen the child's hearing and vision and to write a health report based on a parent-completed health history. In these first 81 days of this school year, we have completed 49 PEEP assessments. 17 are already scheduled for early 2025, and 6 additional referrals are in the queue to be scheduled. There are countless requests for testing that have yet to be received. Last school year, we nurses completed 68 PEEP evaluations. The prior year, in 22 to 23, the total number of evaluations was 90, which means next school year, we will get to do all of their triennial assessments. This year, the nurses are working on triennials for the 83 peepers that we screened in 2021. I'm sorry, in 21 to 22. These kiddos are now in kinder or first grade. 7 or 8 years ago, the preschoolers we screened had issues with misarticulations and school readiness. Not so this year. Because I've done about 40 of the 49 PEEP assessments, I can attest the majority of what I'm seeing are very spectrum kids. The other assessment team members, speech language pathologist, school psych, and special education teacher take great care and spend extra time talking with parents of these children who present as neurodiverse. And I see that my time is running short, but what I'd like to say is that if we keep pace, we'll have 100 PEEP assessments by the end of the school year. These kids will be filtered into our 9 elementary schools. And if we only have 1 TK class, there'll be about 11 kids with IEPs in those TK classes. So we are going to see a need for more support in these TK classes or special day teachers with qualified staff. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're moving to the superintendent's updates. We have item 7.01, business and budget update. Mr. Pinkerton. What? We're going to be discussing the budget if any of you would care to stay.
We are. We're going to be yeah, nobody wants to stay for the budget. So President Roger, if it's okay for this particular, since we have a long night tonight, I'm going to hold off on the budget until first interim, which is actually coming up right after the superintendent's with a lot of pertinent information about our future budget and staff.
Thank you, Mr. Pinkerton. Next is educational services update, Ms. Yamashita.
Yeah, good evening, board. As was already mentioned, I had the opportunity to attend the concert last night at the PAC for Slow High and Laguna Middle School, and Mr. Cooch did an excellent job celebrating the growth and progress of his students, as well as collecting a sampling of composers that was diverse in backgrounds, including women and people of color. And it was just a fantastic vibe in the space. And I know it's hard for all of us because we're all missing the other concert going on tonight because of other commitments. Also, last week, I wanted to share with you, as was in the update, Mrs. Gould and I got to go to the Systems Improvement Leadership Conference, and we were doing a presentation. We were invited to present along with our San Luis Obispo County Office of Education team about the work we're doing about reducing our suspensions and expulsions across our school district, and it was a fantastic experience. I got to learn some great information about some statewide programs going on, one of which, I wish our special ed team was here, was all about high quality IEPs. And it provided a great wealth of resources that were pre-made, grab and go. We're going to be rolling out and sharing with staff in upcoming trainings. Also, there was a fabulous piece about unlocking access for all learners. And again, you hear that the number of our students that are neurodiverse and require special access points to engage with education. This was a session all about using assistive technology devices some digital, some not digital, to help students engage in their learning. It was fantastic. And also, big celebration, I think that our team, our work, our future might hold for us, work around universal design for learning. And that is how to design different entry points for all kinds of learners to be able to engage with content, also show what they know in different ways and process the information differently. So it's an equity measure to support inclusion of students in special education, but it also works to include our English learners, our multilingual learners in lesson planning, and more to come on all of that. We also, Mr. Buckman got to attend a little bit of our Inclusion and Belonging 201 session about our Site Equity Challenge goals. Remember, our secondary schools in Pacheco are all focused on reducing chronic absenteeism and increasing student engagement through clubs and activities and collecting data on which kinds of students are able to participate and what are the barriers to that. We had a fantastic day, Mr. Neff and I. I got to also participate in the vision focus group around athletics with Mr. Black. He is pulling together community members to re-envision, based on much of the work out of the Aspen Institute, to create equitable opportunities for engagement of all of our students across the K-12 spectrum. And it was a fantastic day. We held our final Future Ready and Healthy Technology Task Force meeting last week, and came to some agreements about recommendations moving forward for the next 3 years for our school district. So more information to come on that. We're just polishing up the final draft of the recommendations. Also, no one has mentioned yet I think our representative from SLO High did, the great SLO holiday parade. Many of our schools and many of our students, I was there enjoying the holidays because my daughter was also in the parade, but what a fantastic time for the community to come together. And I love that San Luis Coastal is featured so prominently right there, right behind Cal Poly. It was just awesome. And our usual, lots of good professional development learning opportunities for our principals and our administrator meetings, as well as I performed many site visits.
Thank you. Mr. Pinkerton, the Measure C update.
Yeah, I figured I'd just give it up here since I'm next up. So Measure C, just a quick update for the board. I did meet with both Moody's and S&P Global over the past month, and these are two financial rating institutions that actually rate our school district. And the reason why they rate our school district is because we sell bonds, right? So the higher your rating, of course, the better interest rate you're going to get on those bonds, which means that because we have such positive ratings, AA plus, and I think even for S&P Global, they have a new rating system, so we had to be rated again. I think we'll actually improve our rating with S&P Global, so we'll know that in the next few weeks. But what that means to our community, to our public, is that when we go out and sell bonds, we get a much better interest rate, which means that they're paying less, right, in terms of long-term debt with those bonds. And so, again, we maintained our same kind of level that we've had, which is very, excellent with Moody's. And I'm after meeting with S&P and kind of getting some hints from them, it looks like we actually might even move up a notch. And that is because, I will tell you, because we have a stable board that's been here for a long time and has had great fiscal practices over those years. And we have an administration that's been here for 15 years and knows what they're talking about. So when I would review everything and I go through the questions that they asked, that really came across well to them. And so I think those are all, again, positive things that at the end of the day helps our taxpayers, right? And the people that support our school district, our kids, in terms of those bond sales. So I just want to give you that quick update. Good news on that front. And we had a really good bond sale. I'll have more information about that coming up. Really good competition for that, and really good ratings in terms of bond paying back interest. The bond resale that we had, some of our Measure D bonds that we resold, 24 million worth. We had anticipated that could be anywhere from $700,000 to $1 million in taxpayer savings over the life of the payment of those bonds. And after the sale, it ended up being a little over 1.3 million in savings. So those are all positive things. So I'll get that out to the community. I'll share that information with everyone. just so that they know. And again, that's all of that is related to our good fiscal practices, right? As well. So that's Measure C.
Okay, then item 8.01 is a resolution. Resolution number 14-24-25, the first interim report as of 10/31/24. Mr. Pinkerton.
All right, trying to share my presentation really quick. I got it. So yeah, so first interim. So again, we have 4 different times over the course of the school year where we review. Pull it up for myself. Where we review information about the budget with the board. So of course, the board develops a budget, passes a budget in June. This is kind of a first check. School year started. How has hiring gone? We found out what our property tax valuations are. We come back to the board this first interim, kind of first blush. We come back again in February for a second interim, another kind of update on the budget, and then of course unaudited actuals happens in September. Like that is exactly what we spent in the fiscal year, both received in revenues and expended, right? So again, this is kind of our first blush since the budget has been adopted. The board did see at our unaudited actuals for the 23-24 year that we had over a $7 million deficit last year. Okay. We are anticipating about a $5 million deficit at the end of this year. So we know that we basically have a deficit system right now because our revenues are not meeting our expenditures. We have added since 2019 over 173 FTE. It's unfortunate that most of the individuals that were here left because over half of those were special education staff, both paraeducators, psychologists, speech pathologists, nurses, all the people that they had wanted. And do we need more? It would be great, right? If we could just hire anybody we want. We have a system that's an issue. So in terms of just overall funding, I feel like I have to talk about it a little bit after everyone spoke, right? There a lot, again, it's an kind of an unfunded mandate in terms of what we have to try to accomplish as a school district, right? This board with COVID funding and one-time funds put a lot of emphasis on helping kids and academic interventions and adding to that staff. But unfortunately, they were one-time funds and they've gone away. At the same time, you've tried to keep our salaries competitive. 13% raises over the last 3 years. Trying to, right? So again, adding staffing and increasing raises. And unfortunately, it's put us at a point now where we're deficit spending and we have a structural deficit that is due to people. It's personnel. Our personnel is now at 88% of our revenues. And so that's just not something that can be maintained. And so again, that's for another day in terms of talking about it, but I just wanted to share a little bit about that as we go forward. But at first interim, kind of some general information at this point, right? Remember, with our SACS forms that we have to fill out for the state, we take all of our carryover money and we put it into our budget, okay? We are not going to spend every penny that is budgeted. For example, we have $80 million budgeted in Measure C projects, but most of them have just started. So we may spend 15 million of that, but when you look at SACS, it's going to show that we spent 80, right? So that's why we have the 10-year budget, which I'll review lastly, right? Which hopefully gives you a better projection of where we feel like we're going to end the school year. So it's always that kind of funky thing, especially for new board members coming on. Like, hey, why does it say this? And I know many conversations with Mr. Clausen and Katie Eklund about that subject as well. So again, original balance. This is our reserves, right? 22 million in the general fund. Our estimated revenues were 134. They've increased to 136. We did receive a 4.2% property tax increase. We had projected 3.5. The last 2 years we'd received 7, 6.2. So it was a little discouraging that we weren't. I was hopeful just because of our structural deficit that number would have been around the sixes again, because that would have been another $2.1 million a year, right? Had we been back at that mark. So, but listen, 4.5 is kind of where I think that is the average of our property tax increases over the past 20 years. So it's very, kind of that average range for us. In terms of expenditures, and transfers out, that has jumped $4 million. Again, we took all that carryover funds and we put it into the budget, which makes it all look like it's added expenditures. Now we have added some expenditures, and I'll share a little bit of those, right? Again, our budget adoption, we knew we had a structural deficit of about 5 million because we're spending down those one-time funds. We knew that was happening, right? And as a first interim, if we spent every penny that we budgeted, it would literally be 8.6 million. Okay. We do not anticipate that we're going to be at 8.6 million. We do have a structural deficit, and we do think long-term it's about 5 million this year. We're already enacting some budget reductions that we can, or as much as we can at this point, to try to bring that number down as much as possible. That leaves us with about a $16 million budget adoption of our general fund, right, our surplus. If we spent every penny again, we would be down to 13.4 million. This board has a 10% reserve policy, right? So that's something ongoing that we want to maintain at least a 10%. School services would say that a basic aid school district would have 18%, right, to 20% reserves, just for this reason, right, as we go through and the fluctuations that happen in school districts. We haven't seen this kind of concern, I would say, since I was in HR with the school district back in about 2010. Was the last time we kind of faced these types of deficits. At that time, it was because our property tax revenues were coming in at 0% to -1 post 2008 recession, right? So a little different now. We're seeing this huge, nice increase in property taxes, but because of all the staff we've added through the COVID funding, one-time funds, we just can't, and the raises we've given, and the increase in benefits costs and the increase in healthcare costs, we're just not able to keep up, right? So that's just the reality. And here's the thing: every school district in California faces the same thing. We are not alone. So you're going to be seeing, in fact, Dr. Prater knows because superintendent friends, people he talks to, they're all sending him his budget reduction plans and things they're going through, right? And so this is, again, across the state, really due to, again, good well wishes to give districts extra assistance post-COVID, right? I don't fault the state and federal government for giving us those funds. It was great. Our kids needed it. This board voted on excellent, right, interventions and mental health counseling supports and therapy for kids and wellness centers and all these things we've done, right? And I wouldn't have not done, Dr. Prater would not have not done any of those things that we've done over the past 5 years, right? That said, personnel is ongoing, and having one-time funds is tough, right? Because those dollars are now gone. So we're going to have to, this board is going to have to make some decisions in the very coming months, very, very few months, to make decisions on how we're going to cure the structural deficit ongoing. That's going to be very difficult, as you can see tonight, right? This is just the start of what we're going to be discussing and dealing with staff and the public and students as we move forward. So in terms of those revenue, just some highlights, right? In terms of increases, of course, property taxes, as I said, went above our projection of 3.5. We have a little bit of increase in our federal revenue, and then a reduction in state revenue. And again, some of that's just our one-time funds being spent, moving down. Local revenue up a little bit, $1 million, for a total revenue increase of, again, the 1.3 million. And some of that is, again, adjusted awards, updated local revenue to current billing, as well as Title I, Title II, Title III, and deferred revenues. So when we look at our revenues, right, as a property taxes, I think when I started in my job, we were about 15 million above state funding, and that is now today about 9 million. Right, so we're getting closer to the state funding levels. We're a low wealth basic aid district, right? We're close to state funded districts. In fact, some state funded districts that have high concentration in supplemental funds would have more per student than we would have. Part of that is also the inclusion of TK. So we've added a grade level, over 200 students thus far. We expect that to be about 400 students at full implementation, and so no funding for that. Right, so added 400 students, that takes the pot down, in terms of the amount per student, right, in terms of looking at that. And so that is something, again, we've constantly are writing legislators write in terms of the state. That was basically a mandate that the state put forward without any funding for basic aid school districts, right? Is it great for kids? Yes, it's great for kids. Love it, right? It's excellent. But as you heard tonight, there's a lot of work that comes with bringing 4-year-olds onto a school, right? Behaviorally, special needs, right? Low class sizes, having an extra 8, adult in the classroom, lots of staffing goes along with TK. So again, that's on the revenue side. So mostly property taxes. Again, STRS on behalf, you'll see kind of is kind of a wash, right? Some federal dollars, state dollars, transfers in and local. In terms of the expenditures, so
can I ask a revenue question?
Yeah, shoot.
Oh, please.
Are there,
I'm sorry, Mark.
what are the events in the next 180 days that might be pieces of news, like getting the property tax increase was recent news.
Mhm.
What are the events in the next 180 days that might be meaningful 7-figure increases or decreases in revenue?
So I would say, really the only thing that would be upcoming would be the governor's budget plan. That'll come out in January. We have it agendized for the board to kind of give you an update about what the governor say. Normally about the week after the beginning of the year, he'll come out with kind of his State of the Union address. That doesn't get approved, of course, until June. But he'll kind of, what are his goals? What are the funds that we have available? What's the state budget looking like? If they do give more one-time funds, that could be something that could help our reserve levels, but again, one-time funds. Yep. If they put more money into state-funded districts or the LCFF, those types of things, those won't be dollars we'll receive. So that's from a revenue standpoint, that would be the key. We'll see what our new president brings in terms of federal funding levels and special ed funding and what that's going to look like. I have no idea what those plans would be in store or what would happen with Title I, Title II, Title III, right? As you'll see, we do receive a significant amount of money from the federal government, in particular with special education. So that'll be really interesting to see in terms of the next 180 days from a revenue standpoint. What else? I think those are probably the two key areas in terms of from a revenues. We're waiting to see if the NRC is going to approve Diablo Canyon, the refund, the plant, and whether that's going to stay open or not. Are they going to start paying unitary tax again? What's going to happen with that? We have absolutely no idea. As of right now, they're devaluing the plant. That's one of the reasons why our property taxes was only 4.5%, because anybody who's tried to buy a home in this area knows that property values have gone up more than 4.5%. So it's substantial, right? But the devalue of that plant takes away a chunk of our property taxes that we would receive. And that's been happening over the past 7 years.
The other potential revenue stream for us and the board, you've been advocating for this by way of letter writing to our state legislature through Schools for Sound Finance. They're our advocacy body for basic aid districts. As Ryan had stated, the state legislature decided not to fund us to add an entire grade level of students, which is a major reason, in my view, why we have a structural deficit, because we've been creating transitional kindergarten programs, as we do in San Luis Coastal, in a very high quality way, investing all in, and that is all coming out of our general fund. Now, we will continue that work in January, advocacy in Sacramento with our state legislature. So think Don Addis, think John Laird, think Assemblywoman Limon in Santa Barbara. We have to double down in January and February to try to get a trailer bill for basic aid school districts like us to get funding for TK. Next year, we expect 400 students in transitional kindergarten. 400. And what I'm saying is there's no money for it. So we need to double down travel to Sacramento, you're more than welcome to join me. And we'll do a letter writing campaign through all methods that we can. We have learned at the regional SF Squared conference that because of property taxes going up in local areas, especially on the coast, more than 50 school districts in California have slid into basic aid status. I think that's our greatest hope, because those districts who previously were state funded this last year were getting funding for transitional kindergarten. Next year, when they slide into basic aid status, they will get no money, but be required under the law to run the programs. So you asked a great question, Mr. Clausen, about unexpected 7-figure type supports. If we get a trailer bill built into this May revise in the governor's budget because of our advocacy, we can expect upwards of $4 million for that cost. That's what it's costing us. Okay, I use the word for. It's $3.5 to $4 million bucks. I think it is going to end up being more because of the very things you heard tonight. More and more of our kids are coming in with identified with special needs, which is going to require more support, more money. Okay, I share this with you because that is so critical for us to get that funding. We can't hope for it, but we can anticipate fighting for it. And the second thing, as Mr. Pinkerton said, is the Diablo Canyon extension. And we're going to fight for those monies as well, because that's money we deserve. And so we can expect that plan to be extended, and we should expect corresponding tax revenues to go with it. Many of our issues in the structural deficit in the coming year or two could be resolved with those two actions. Absent that, we have a structural deficit that we must contend with in order to get ourselves positioned properly to then grow back in a sustainable way that doesn't put us in a structural deficit where we can't function properly. We can't provide our employees with compensation or support without addressing that structural deficit, which is really the critical piece here. So it could be that we're looking at. Those two funding streams are what I'm looking at, but we can't necessarily count on that right away. Okay.
So what I would tell you is we cannot count on that right now.
Right.
Thank you.
So those are things we'll shoot for and we'll try and we'll hope for, but hope is not for me, from my seat, the budget, right, in terms of revenue. So again, we'll work on those. But yes.
Mr. Pinkerton?
Yeah.
Mr. Buckman's been waiting to speak.
And then Brian's not done.
Just wanted to wrap that up.
Yeah.
So in answer to that question, you seem to to simplify things by saying there's kind of a number of $4 to $5 million chunks. Our structural deficit is $4 to $5 million chunk. Diablo Canyon's a $4 to $5 million chunk. PK is a $4 to $5 million chunk. Is that kind of what you're saying?
That is exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, Mr. Buckman, followed by Mrs. Schaffer, followed by Mr. Banfield, followed by Mrs. Baltadano.
So I need you to help me understand. So
yep.
We were hiring people with one-time money.
Mm-hmm.
We knew it was one-time money.
Yep.
They knew it. Did we hire them as temporary staff? Okay. So this isn't a real surprise, right? You've taught me so much about.
We've been talking about this since we received the money.
Right. Okay.
It's the poison pill one-time funds. And an ongoing conversation.
Okay. Because it's
COVID plans, all those types of things.
It's coming across.
Nothing new.
Okay.
Everyone leaves when I start to talk, of course, but kudos to all of you who stayed. I will tell you, thank you for staying and actually listening to the conversation, right? Because it's important that staff understand what our goals, what we want to do, and what we would love to do, right? We'd love to hire more staff and pay people more. I mean, nobody wants to do it more than us.
So as we let this staff go, our the 83% that you've taught us, the 80% staff, that's going to fall considerably, right? Because you're saying that the increase in staff is causing some of this problem.
When and if we do that, yes, would drop it. Yes.
Okay,
I would say if we're going to reduce, we need to reduce personnel costs,
that's what, yeah,
not books, not paper, copier, things.
right.
Like, that's not it.
So we hired
Right.
staff that we knew we were gonna lay off. They knew we were gonna, did they know they were potentially gonna get laid off after COVID? I mean, this isn't a surprise to anybody, right?
This is happening throughout the state.
No, our staff. It's not
Everywhere.
a surprise to our staff.
I think anyone who takes a job who comes on is gonna want to continue to work and
Right.
is going to be upset if they don't have a job in the future, right? Yeah, it's
So how many millions
would
of
be-
dollars does it save when we lay off all those temporary people? How is that going to affect our budget?
so we're jumping ahead a little bit.
Okay.
But for the
Sorry.
tenure, I will talk about kind of what our structural deficit will be
Okay.
in the following year and kind of what we probably need to work on.
Thank you.
Right, I'll get there for sure.
Mrs. Shepherd.
Thank you. So yes, I think TK is a great idea. It's wonderful. Families love it. Kids love it. Families are saving money, childcare costs. It's a great package deal. Although we're not being reimbursed for it, I understand. It's my understanding that special ed is about 9% or so of our budget that we receive from the feds.
So
the reimbursement.
So I was going to share the breakdown. So
Okay,
the
well,
Yes, go
my
ahead.
follow-up question with regard to TK only
Okay.
is, I know we don't receive state money
No.
for TK. We should. Everyone out there, we should be getting this money. It is not fair that we're not getting it. But are we're having kids identified with special needs in TK now.
Mhm.
Is the federal government reimbursing us for those costs, for special ed costs for our TK kids?
So we've always had like PEEP, right? We've always had
Mhm.
preschool special education students. So it's not, TK didn't stop us from finding students and child find and those types of things, right? Adding students to the process. Is this increasing the number of kids that we're possibly seeing because we're seeing them early? Yes. Do we receive special education funds for those? Yes, we
Okay,
do.
that was
Right, along with our other
so we
students.
get that reimbursement.
But just for a nutshell, since you brought it up in terms of special ed, I asked Katie Eklund for our latest, hey, right now in our budget today, what's special education look like? So here's the breakdown, right? So state funding that we receive is $6 million. The district's contribution is $9 million. Federal funding is $1.7 million. The district's contribution is $9.1 million. Remaining special ed funding is $735,000. Our contribution to mental health is $103,000. So our total SPED funding is that we receive is about $8.5 million, and the district's contribution is about $18.2 million. You add those two together, when you look at all of our revenues that were presented tonight, that equals about $27 million, which is basically 20% of our revenues goes to special education. That is a number that's growing every year and has since I've been here. The number of students has increased, right? The number of students has increased throughout the county. In talking to the small districts around us, this has the potential to bankrupt a lot of our smaller school districts. There's another small school district right at 25% of their expenditures right now is special education. Small district, couple of students, high needs, and it's a lot, right? So it's unfunded. Again, all of the things we do, I'm not saying that we should cut them or that not reduce. In fact, we'd love to add and have more supports and do things, right? Mental health, you heard it tonight. We need more counseling. We need more. There's no money. We don't receive any money from the state for those things anymore. We got some one-time funds that are now gone. We got a one-time grant to add the wellness counselors. Fantastic. Love it. Did it. Right? 1 year we see funding. Now there's no money, right? So there's a potential of us, getting some Medi-Cal billing and doing some things, but we're not there yet. We don't have it started yet. It's that. But in the meantime, we've added to once you add something, it's very difficult to take it away, right? As I've echoed to you for the past 12 years in this position.
Okay, Mr. Banfield.
So interesting about special ed, 20% of our revenues now.
Mr. Banfield, and then Mrs. Baldadano.
You know, I think I've had this conversation before. So we received the one-time monies with the edict that it shall be spent on
Mental health and intervention for kids.
personnel.
It was people.
So why does the state give us one-time monies on personnel, knowing that it's going to dry up? What's the logic?
I think part of it for them is in those good years when the state has extra funds, they don't want to have necessarily an ongoing debt. So they don't want to put it into ongoing revenue sources. Instead, they'll give one-time funds to school districts like their extra that they have for the year, right? Which again is great. It's helped us immensely. Our kids are back to where they were prior to the pandemic, right? These things have worked. It's been excellent stuff. But unfortunately, the dollars are dry. They're gone now as we have a $7 million and $5 million deficit now.
See, so we're mandated to spend that on personnel. Is that right? Am I understanding that correctly? We are mandated to spend that on personnel.
Well, let me just answer that. They required us to spend that money in a discrete, defined period of time. If we're going to take it, we have to spend it on all things to support kids and shepherd the students through the post-COVID period. How do school districts support students in crisis, students in need, families in need? How do schools do that? They hire people, teachers, support staff, counselors. That's how we do it.
Yeah, they don't purchase workbooks.
Yeah,
no.
Right. And so it's an obvious dilemma. We knew when it was determined to be one-time money that we were caught between a rock and a hard place. If we didn't take it, we would not be serving our students in crisis.
Yeah.
We did take it. We hired boldly, bravely, and without hesitation because the kids were in fact in crisis, and our community needed that help, and we did it.
This
and
is
our
a
kids are
22.
And now we're paying. Now that one-time money's up, and we can see we can see great progress. We can see much improvement from 2020. So I'm positive about that. I'm feeling really good about the work that we've done. I resent that it was one-time money. These needs that we have seen are not one time.
No, they don't
going
dissipate.
to be ongoing.
They don't go.
And yet we've treated it in a one-time way. And so we now are having to grapple with that. We're going to do the best we can because we're a caring, thoughtful group of people, but it's not going to be easy. That's my response to that.
Mrs. Baldadano.
Thank you. Going back to Dr. Prater, you were referencing school sound finance. Thank you. Schools for sound finance as sort of the advocacy arm for basic aid districts like ours on this issue of the unfunded TK mandate, right? I just imagine that there is also a role for our district directly and board members directly and even parents who might be hanging on the Zoom call there to also be advocating. And I do believe that there is power in narratives and personal stories when it comes to advocacy in Sacramento. And the more the better. So I just want to mention that and let me know how I can be helpful. And I think when the time comes, I have the sort of parallel thoughts about the advocacy surrounding Diablo.
I very much appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Unger.
Yeah, I think to the question of special education and our TK students, the students have always been there, and we've always been responsible for serving them. The issue is that because they're now in our system, we're able to identify them, and we're seeing more students because they're here. They're not in private daycare. They're not in preschools. So they've always been there. We're just, now that we're seeing them, we're responsible for them as we have always been, but it's more obvious. Yeah, I will tell you, I'm not optimistic about the federal government giving us more special education money or actually reauthorization, which is, it's probably 20 plus years overdue.
So I got to expenditures, so I'll keep going. So on the expenditure side, of course, again, we have purposefully tried to keep class sizes down, especially at the elementary level. And so, you know, we added 3 teachers in August so that schools wouldn't have combos, right? People come to the board meeting, talk, complain, right? You know, so, you know, we respond. It's what we do. It's what we always have done. And so we try to help out, especially our Title I sites, our neediest schools, right? We try to keep those class sizes low. So those are the big, so class sizes, salary increases, right? Additional staff, 173 people, right? During this time period. Our student enrollment is level. We're not adding kids. The TK kids that we're adding are basically just, you know, just taking away the kids we're losing, right, at the upper grade. So our student population is very level through the same time period, right? So a lot of additional supports during that. But as you can see, our certificated salaries, our classified salaries, and benefits are high. So the Governor Brown, actually changed, right, the way that districts became much more responsible for pensions. So we used to pay 8% of a teacher's pay, went to STRS. That is now 19.1%. So when you give people a 13% raise over 3 years, you're now paying 19.1% of a higher salary, right? On the classified end, it's even worse. 8% back, 10 years ago. Now it's 27%. And we pay Social Security for classified. So their numbers are 40% of their pay, right? So it's great because it'll ensure that they have retirement systems, right? And they get paid when they're retired. Those are great things. But that was something, kind of a sleight of hand with Governor Brown, that put that on school districts, right? That we have to face it. Teachers don't see it in their check, right? So it doesn't make any difference to them, right? Of course, we all want our retirement systems to work and have money, but it's not something they see, right? So, but yet you see here, I mean, we pay more in benefits costs than we do classified salaries. I mean, it is a huge amount of money, right? When you look at it. Again, when you look at books, supplies, other operating expenses, equipment, other things, I mean, we are a people organization. People. That's where our budget goes to. That's what our budget should go to, right? But we're in that range now where it's danger, right? So great, 83 to 85, perfect. Like we're right in that range, right? You heard today, it's hard to live here. Our staff is going to expect salary increases in the future. Well, we can't even contemplate that without getting rid of our structural deficit first. We can't spend have $7 million deficit, $5 million deficit, and think we're going to give raises. Right? That's not, that doesn't work. So we have got to solve our structural deficit. And unfortunately, it is personnel, because that's where the money is. That's where we have, right? We can make some slight changes in budgets and cut a few little programs here and there, but that is not going to get us to where we need to be to cure this issue. But when you look at our overall general fund expenditures, kind of the pie chart there, you'll see certificated salary, of course, classified salary, admin, 4%, employee benefits, 22%. Again, STRS on behalf is kind of a flush, right? The state gives us money and they take it away, so it doesn't really make any difference. But you'll kind of see the other parts of the pie are pretty small. In terms of those benefits that I just talked to, right, in terms of where we're headed, again, STRS right now at this point is 19.1. That's supposed to maintain. But as salaries go up, as people step in column, those types of things, the amount that we put towards benefits will increase. In terms of PERS, that is something that continues to grow and is expected to grow up to like 31% in the coming years. Health and welfare, this is another one that costs the district more each year, but also costs the employee more as benefits go up. So even though the district is giving a larger contribution to employees, they're also paying more out of pocket. So they don't see that as a positive, right? But yet we are spending more money on it. And so these are the kind of those double-edged swords as we go through that we deal with. So you can see overall costs are there. We try to capture that in our plans as we move forward. This is the chart that I talked about in terms of where we're at and LCFF versus basic aid status. When the state was flush, they did put a huge influx into the LCFF, the local control funding formula for state funded districts. In particular with supplemental funds for all EL, foster homeless youth, economic disadvantage, right? Concentration funds also for those districts that are over 55% have those numbers. They receive another 25% if you're a district that has a lot of need, which is great for those districts and needed. But again, you're seeing us very close now to state funded levels. And so that's where we're at, right? That's kind of where we land. In terms of the 10-year budget, again, the board has seen this before. The key things that I would point in the 10-year, right, is that we have done a conservative 3.5 in the out years in terms of revenues. You can see in those blue boxes that are in the 10-year, those are all one-time funds. These are all the CARES Act funds we received, right? Educator effectiveness, the state gave us some one-time funds because they were flush. Again, we got this large amount of one-time funds and block grants when the state was doing well. Again, more state COVID funds, so a lot of money that came to us. But when you hire 173 people more, and every year that $6-7 million cost continues, you easily eat up $28 million, right, that we received. So it's where we're at, right? So what probably is the tough thing for us is the next slide, which is the Diablo Canyon settlement. Thank goodness for SB 1090. It was fantastic, gave us some funds, started our foundation. But those next year will be the last year we receive those funds. $4.6 million a year. So again, this perfect storm of revenues and one-time funds leaving us, right? And then just increased costs of personnel that go into it. So as we go down, you'll see the highlighted areas. We like to highlight the benefits part just to show the increase of amount of money that goes towards benefits for staff, right? Both in healthcare, STRS, and PERS. Our workers' comp has stayed relatively mild. We've done a great job in terms of our rates with workers' comp, which has been good. You see our books and supplies, other outgo. Again, these are smaller things. We did have kind of a buildup of our services and operations, and that can be attributed to, some of that can be attributed to the fact that we haven't had enough paraeducators in the classroom. And so we've had to go out and hire through agency firms. And so $1 million, $2 million in agent, and paraeducators coming to kind of make up for that gap because we couldn't find people to take the positions. So that's another. So now that we're hiring, getting people on board hiring, of course, that would potentially go down, right? But that cost is just going to go to salary and benefits, right? We'll just take it out of services operations, and the expense will go to salary and benefits when we hire on staff versus the agency people. So again, the long term in terms of what we face from a structural deficit, what I would say, if you look at the very bottom of this, and that's, really, it's about $6 million. So $6 million is what we're going to be coming back to the board to create a plan around to cure that structural deficit, have conversations, talk with the public, talk with staff, bring the information out, starting at the beginning of the new year, right? To start having those conversations with everyone. And we'll be coming back to the board and sharing more information about that upcoming. You'll see the following year, it's about 9.9 million, right? So again, I would like to do as much as we can to cure the structural deficit in 1 year and not have to do this for 2 years. I think if we make $6 million worth of reductions, I think it'll have effect on all the other columns, right, as we go through this. So we'll see where that kind of lands with us. But again, that's if that $6 million is personnel costs. Okay, because when it's people that will continue to get raises, will continue to get increases. It's, yes, we will look at cutting some other things, but the personnel cost is the issue that we face. Getting that below the 85% range is something we need to do. Because we can have no conversation with our staffs about salary or anything else until we cure that issue. And so you'll see it doesn't take very long if we don't fix this issue this year, this budget, to what's going to happen in terms of our reserve levels. We won't be able to sustain, right? And in 2 years, you're a state takeover district if we don't cure what's happening to us. So we have no choice. We're going to have to. The board is going to have to make decisions that are going to be very tough, as you just saw tonight. Very difficult, right? And so this is just the first group of many that will be coming to talk to you and share with you, how tough it is. And it's tough. It's a tough job. Our kids need support. We want to do these things. So I would love for the governor to put some money towards mental health, right? So this kind of unfunded one-time mandate set up, right? I'd love for that to happen. They actually did that when I was a principal at Rio Grande High School. We got some extra money. We hired a couple extra counselors at the high school. It was great. And then after 3 years, they took it away. And I had to get rid of 3 counselors. So it's painful, right? Especially once you, like us now, we got this great system, MTSS, AITs, interventions happening. We see kids' results rising. We're doing all these things great for kids. And then you have to cut that back. It's painful. So again, this is first interim. It's kind of the first reflection of where we're at today. It's kind of an update for the board where we're at. We'll see what happens. I'll be back in January to talk about the governor's budget. If there's any potential to help us, kind of string this out a little bit longer, right, if we can, because we know that these supports we have for kids are super important.
Thank you, Mr. Pinkerton. First, I'll go to the public. Is there anyone with us in person that would like to speak to this agenda item? Please.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify something. So you're saying the one-time funding was for mostly like wellness is kind of what it was sounding like, mental health, wellness from the COVID, the one-time budget funding. Am I correct in assuming that?
It was everything from safety, bringing kids back the first time, right? Paying teachers extra duty for coming back to work early. That's when it started, right? Then we hired intervention teachers and extra counseling, and school psychologists took over Ursa's counseling.
Okay. I'm just trying to create more clarity and separation because special education is a big umbrella. Yes. And I don't want it to be like a thing that's targeted because there's so many pieces within that. So I just wanted to clarify because it was being associated with that a lot. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no one else, is there anyone on Zoom? Yes? Okay, so our Zoom participant requires translation. So as soon as we're ready to go, she will have 6 minutes as opposed to the 3.
Okay, Maria Quinn.
Sí, buenas noches. Solamente me gustaría preguntar sobre o hacer un comentario sobre por qué Pacheco, siendo una escuela bilingüe, no ha tenido la oportunidad de tener 2 salones de TK.
I would like to ask why Pacheco, being a bilingual school, doesn't have 2 TK classrooms.
Sé que otras elementarias tienen la fortuna de tener 2 salones y me gustaría pedir respetuosamente a todos, consideren, sé que ahora a lo mejor no sea probable por los presupuestos, pero que en un futuro consideren tener un aula más de TK en Pacheco.
And I know that other schools do have 2 TK classes, but I would like to ask you to consider this possibility. I know probably it's not going to happen now, hearing about the budget, but maybe in the future.
Sé que todo se basa en presupuesto, como lo que menciona sobre los salarios. Me gustaría también que consideren el que tengamos en Pacheco a una enfermera de tiempo completo. Creo que es algo muy importante manteniendo la seguridad y la salud de nuestros niños. Eso es todo. Gracias.
And I would also like to ask if you could please take into consideration to maybe hire a full-time nurse, because I think the safety and security of our children is a priority. So I thank you for your consideration.
So in terms of TK, what I would tell Maria and the public, basically, TK has just started, right? So we're just starting to see enrollment, kids coming in. That, of course, has grown over the last couple of years. Some schools have 1 class, some schools have 2. Pacheco has an issue with space. And we're currently going through that campus, and we're going to be renovating both of the main classroom buildings, so that they just don't have a lot of space. So we have held TK at Pacheco to just siblings for the past 2 years. That's not something we're going to be able to do forever. So we're currently in the planning phase of having 3 TK classes at Pacheco, 3 kindergarten classes, and doing the same at all of our schools, right, in terms of from a Measure C standpoint. So that number will grow, Ms. Quinn, in the future, right, with increases in enrollment. But due to the facility issues and kind of as we were expanding, we held it, again, just TK to just siblings at this point. And again, that may have to change this coming year because we may have too many siblings for only 1 class.
Thank you, Mr. Buckman, and then Mr. Banfield, Mrs. Baldonado.
So this is a little pie in the sky wishful thinking. There's still a line item in our budget that's empty, which is ROP. The governor just came out with his career passports, and there's, I think it was 600 million or $100 million. It sounds like that might be grants, Lisa. So
we receive a lot of CT funds annually. We do. Okay. Not necessarily the old ROP, they call it different things now, but a lot of our equipment purchases, material supplies for a lot of our CTE used to be ROP classes are all funded through those grants.
Okay. So I just did a search for ROP, and so some counties and some school districts still have ROP programs. Okay. What I just,
I know it's
close to my heart, so I just don't want to.
I
just don't want to miss any opportunity to get funds.
Oh, of course.
Okay. Thanks.
So at some point, you're going to be presenting to us some pretty concrete figures, numbers, as to what we're going to have to consider in terms of trimming our budget. Is that correct?
Yes.
When is that going to happen?
The team will. It's going to start in January.
So the process is going to start in
January.
When do you think we'll know?
Well, we have deadlines in terms of notifying staff March 15th.
That's right.
So in January and February, we're going to have to make some critical decisions, right? So that we can move forward. And again, that process, the budget process, will go all the way through the spring. The board will approve a final budget in normally the beginning of June, right? So we'll start that process in January, but the final budget that the board will approve will be a June budget.
I just want to close the loop on the question that Ms. Quinn had and Mr. Pinkerton, you responded to, but the response was in English. And so I just want to make sure that she gets that information.
So behind the scenes, the
Was she getting
translator
and
should be
that's right. Okay.
hearing me
I forgot.
translate.
It was,
No, no, it's a good,
yeah.
great question.
Thank you.
Great question, for sure. But everything we're saying in English all gets translated to her. So yeah.
So I think, unfortunately, we've been talking about this for over 4 years. And I recall conversations we had with Mrs. Frame, who talked to us about quality programs and how we will determine what are effective programs or not when we have to make these kinds of difficult decisions. Is that the plan of the administration, to look at what's working and what's not working, and what kinds of programs we need to keep and what kinds of programs, unfortunately, we'll need to let go of, that have the least effect on students, because this is all going to have an effect on students.
Yes, we're going to do our best to do that. As you can imagine, it depends on where you're standing. And so we are in heavy discussion around how to wrap our heads around that and how to best sort of facilitate that discussion. But that's what we'll be working on over winter break, and then we'll come out in January with some discussions. We'll have a couple town halls with employees and parents, and I will bring to you a very, very distasteful proposal.
Okay, thank you. If there's no additional board comment, then I am seeking a motion on this resolution number 14-24-25 on the first interim.
I move approval of resolution number 142425, acceptance of the first interim report as of 10/31/24.
I'll second it.
Yeah, I've got a motion by Mr. Unger and a second by Mr. Banfield. This is a roll call vote. Mr. Unger?
Yes.
Mr. Banfield?
Yes.
Mrs. Baltodano?
Yes.
Mrs. Sheffer? Mr. Buckman?
Yes.
Mr. Clausen?
Yes.
Thank you. Item 8.02 is also a resolution, number 15-25-25, declaring property as exempt surplus land. Mr. Pinkerton.
Yeah, so as discussed again tonight, we have both Sunnyside and Morrow Elementary School that went through a 7-Eleven committee process, actually in the early 2000s when Diablo Canyon was going to close the first time, I believe. Mr. Unger was on the board at that point and lived that process. I believe Mr. Banfield was actually on the 7-Eleven committee. I saw your name on the minutes for that committee, so I do have proof that we did it. But as part of that process and making the property surplus properties and now looking at potential, again, whatever the board decides to finally do with the properties, the first step in doing anything with them is to let the housing and community services department of the state know that we are exempt from the surplus land act. So, and we are, as a school district through Ed Code, we are exempt from that status, right? And so this resolution that the board will be approving tonight, and Kelly Roberts Bedell, our attorney, is actually here if the board has any questions in Zoom, not here in person, but on Zoom, if there are questions. But this is kind of a formal, just kind of a formal process, something that we need the board to do to take action tonight to basically tell the state that we are exempt, that these properties are exempt from the Surplus Land Act. And then there, Lozano Smith, Mr. Freeman, Kelly Bedell will help us actually then deliver this to the state. It takes about a month, 30 days, and the group basically routinely approves these exemptions from school districts. So it's kind of this happens all the time. They go through this process. But again, for us to move forward and do anything ongoing in the future, this would be something we need to accomplish tonight.
Okay, let me first go to the public. Is there anyone present that would like to address the board on this item? Seeing no one, Is there anyone on Zoom? Okay, seeing no one, then I'll bring it back to the board. Mr. Buckman?
Just, I think I know the answer to this, but so a lot of there was legislation this year and a lot of the stuff has changed. I think since our 7-Eleven regarding, low cost housing. And I don't know if that legislation, I think it may, but I'm not sure whether it applies to school districts or not. So maybe
That's part of this resolution, right? So with the Surplus Land Act, if we were not a school district and we were doing something like this, they could potentially take this land from the district,
right,
not pay us, or pay us, very little, right? And then potentially use it for low income housing.
Right.
So what we're saying is we are, through the Ed Code, which is backed up by the Ed Code, that we are exempt from those rules and laws of the Surplus Land Act because of Ed Code. And so they can't do that to us. It doesn't mean that we eventually will use it for that purpose or do something, but it won't be something where the state will be taking this land from us through that Surplus Land Act.
Thank you.
Mr. Clausen?
This is a clarification question, but given that the 165 Grand Avenue location's in a bunch of the appendices of this document, can you just confirm that that's not included in the scope of this, even though it's referenced?
It is not included in the scope of this resolution.
Okay, why is it in there just for it's
It was
referencing
just-
old meetings and
It,
stuff?
it was part of the 7-Eleven committee at the time where they
Okay,
were
got it.
talking about that property.
So
And the
it
property
probably
that
has
Mr.
to-
Clausen is referring to is our currently where we have Teach Elementary School. And Kelly,
Okay.
Kelly, you want to jump in on that just to confirm?
Sure, that's accurate. That in 2002, there were 3 properties that were declared to be a surplus property after the 7-Eleven committee process. And the former Pacheco, my understanding is it's now Teach.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. If there's no additional comment, then I'm seeking a motion.
I'll move to approve resolution 152525 declaring property as exempt surplus land.
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Mrs. Sheffer, a second by Mrs. Baltodano. This is a roll call vote. Mrs. Sheffer?
Yes.
Mrs. Baltodano?
Yes.
Mr. Unger?
Yes.
Mr. Banfield?
Yes.
Mr. Buckman?
Yes.
Mr. Clausen?
Yes.
And I am a yes. That passes 7-0.
Kelly, thank you for joining us.
Take care.
Okay, at this point, I'm going to we will be taking a short break. It's 9:25. Let's be back by 9:33. We'll take an 8-minute break.
Mr. Unger, this is my son Riley.
Hi, Riley. Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Chris Unger.
Unger.
Yes. There you go. I'll try to remember that.
Like hunger, like you're hungry or you're for our
Something, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Good enough.
I think we need to regroup, folks.
This is Brian Clausen.
We used to work at
Yeah.
Yeah, I get to be late. Yeah.
Yeah, isn't it wonderful? Okay. Is Mr. Clausen in the bathroom? No. Mr. Clausen, please take your seat.
Okay.
I don't want to have to get tough. Okay, we are back in session and moving on to a discussion action portion of our agenda. Item 9.01, Youth Truth Survey presentation.
Yes, so thank you, Mrs. Roger. I just want to quickly acknowledge Jimmy Simpson. Jimmy, thanks for holding in there with us. We're only 3.5 hours behind schedule, but I appreciate you hanging in there. I want to give the board a quick frame before you present, if that's okay. And so Youth Truth has been with us, has been a partner of ours for 8 years. The purpose of Youth Truth is I was looking for a reliable and valid tool or instrument that I could provide to our student Senate leaders so that they had a reliable indicator or a tool that they could use each year to build goals upon and witness incremental changes or pivot, because we have new kids coming in from year to year. And the whole premise behind Youth Truth isn't to arrive at a precise solution set. Its design is to give student senators or student leaders a way in which they could respond intelligently and clearly with their peers and with the teachers in the school every year and say, here is how our students we as students are responding to these areas of engagement, inclusion, safety, and achievement relationships. So we have found that the students are becoming far better at looking at this data, becoming data savvy, and really working together with their peers in affinity groups, in small peer groups at the school site. They're meeting with their staff members or the faculty at the schools and talking and sharing the things that they've discovered. It's not the only tool, but it's a big tool in their toolkit. So it's a way in which our students we can empower them. We can assist them in learning how to be leaders. And personally, I find it to be really exciting. If you have not attended a student senate meeting, you ought to. It's pretty powerful. It's pretty exciting. And tonight, Jimmy Simpson's here to talk about some of the key themes, key findings of the annual Youth Truth, which was given in October. And it's by no stretch meant to be a final statement of look at what we discovered specifically at each site, because that would be a full day conversation. This is a snapshot in time and a broad stroke. So with that in mind, I want to keep Jimmy familiar with you, so you feel like you can ask him some of those questions you might uncover when you're on boardwalks, when you are talking to families, teachers, kids at the school sites, and it just gives you a level of familiarity. It gives you a more, hopefully, a confident understanding of what is actually occurring at the school sites by way of perception data. So knowing that it's only as good as what the participants put in there, but it's a good start. So Jimmy, with that in mind, would you please take it from here?
Of course. Thank you, Dr. Prater, and thank you everyone for allowing me to have some time with you today. My name is Jimmy Simpson Jr. I am the Director of Partnerships at Youth Truth, and I have been with Youth Truth for 8 years now, 6 of those years working with San Luis Coastal. Prior to Youth Truth, I worked in San Francisco Unified as a gardening and science teacher at an elementary school, and was also a science teacher, teaching coach for other science teachers around the Bay Area. But at Youth Truth, we work with school districts all over California and all over the country to better understand how our students, families, and staff are feeling about some key measures that we know are tied to academic and behavioral outcomes. So here's a quick overview of what we are going to be looking at today. I'll do a really quick intro of Youth Truth. I know many of you know us well. Some of you may be not as familiar, so we'll do a quick intro. We'll dive into this year's response rates and then our results. And of course, we'll have some time for some questions and reflections on the data. So Youth Truth started in 2008 out of a partnership between the Gates Foundation and the Center for Effective Philanthropy. Since 2008, we have surveyed nearly 3 million students across the US in 39 different states, and we've surveyed nearly 300,000 students, 300,000 families and staff. So when you are looking at comparative data in Youth Truth, that is how many people are in our data set. Now, the Youth Truth Survey asks questions around, like I said, themes that we know are directly tied to academic and behavioral outcomes. Things like engagement, you can see here on the right side of your screen, engagement, culture, relationships, academic challenge, belonging and peer collaboration, and college and career readiness. And you can see here below, we have some additional topics that San Luis Coastal has added onto the Youth Truth's core survey. Additional topics such as emotional and mental health, drugs and alcohol, and diversity, equity, and inclusion. Now, our family and our staff surveys are asking some questions around similar themes. You can see here a repeat of engagement, culture, and relationships. And we ask questions that are tied across all of these audiences purposefully so that we can see if there is alignment or difference between these 3 groups. So some other topics that we ask in our family survey include things like communication and feedback, and the additional topic of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And in our staff survey, other themes such as school safety and professional development and support. Oh, really quickly, I've already said this a few times here, but just 2 years ago, Youth Truth conducted a validity study in partnership with SRI International to better understand, do Youth Truth's questions in the student survey, are they actually predictive of some of those outcomes? And the research question that we asked was to what extent do various student experiences measured by Youth Truth student perception surveys predict student outcomes at the school level? And we did find that every single one of our survey themes in the student survey in the elementary, middle, and high school levels all mapped to some type of outcome, whether that was things like reading proficiency or math proficiency, or behavioral outcomes such as chronic absenteeism or suspension rates. And the last thing I wanted to share with you is we actually partnered as well with the Learning Policy Institute, which is a research nonprofit in Palo Alto. And they actually conducted a over a year-long study where they've now done this new lit review of climate and culture surveys and the importance of them in schools. And they also partnered with 3 middle schools across California that use a climate and culture survey such as Youth Truth. One of those middle schools was actually Los Osos Middle School. And so there is a lot of information. I'll send it as some follow-up, but there's a fantastic report from Learning Policy Institute about the work that's happening, not just from Youth Truth, but also in San Luis Coastal and the results that the Learning Policy Institute was seeing from that study. All right, let's get into our response rates. So when we administered the survey in October, the survey was open for 4 weeks. And in that time, we tried to hear from as many students, families, and staff members as possible. So for students in grades 3 through 12, we heard from over 5,000 of those students for a 93% response rate. This is shockingly slightly down from last year, but that's just because last year we had, I believe, 99%. But this 93% is a huge number. It is well above our national average, which is around 80%. So we can be confident in the student data that we are going to be seeing today. Our family response rates were up to 26%. And this is also above our national average, which is around 18%. And you can see that it is well above what our response rate was for last year. And then finally, our staff survey results, we have an 88% response rate, whereas last year our response rate was 66%. So just a big shout out to all of the school leaders for really pushing the survey and trying to get as many responses as possible this year. Just a quick view of the type of data that I'm going to be showing you, just some examples of today. I'm going to be just showing you a couple of simple charts here from our percentile pages. And what our percentile charts are showing you are quite a bit of information in one chart. You're going to be able to see trend data in those orange bars, seeing how students, families, and staff at San Luis Coastal rated in the last 3 years or 8 years. You'll be able to see the median and lowest and highest rated schools specifically in California, and you'll be able to see where you compare against those schools in California and nationally. And then this blue bar is going to show you disaggregated data. So it's always important for us to go beyond the aggregate and understand how our specific groups of students, families, and staff, groups disaggregated by things like race, ethnicity, gender identity, sexual orientation, and so on, how are those groups feeling about school climate and culture? And are there any what we call experience gaps between those groups? The other thing I'm going to be sharing today are quite a bit, this is a little bit different than the handout that you may have received, but I'll make sure that you get this information, is I've pulled out even more statistically significant changes in your trend data. So when we see a statistically significant change from last year's results, what that signifies is that the change, whether it is a decrease or an increase, is most likely not due to chance. And the test that we did on this was at a p-value of 0.05, which means we can say with 95% certainty that the change that we're seeing for this specific question or this specific theme is not due to chance. There's a lot of significant change in this year's reports, most of it very, very positive change. And so just wanted to give you a little bit of an example of how we talk about that. So again, a significant change that we can say is we are 95% certain that this change is not due to chance. And the other piece of data, like I already shared, is our disaggregated data. So let's dive in. We're going to start with our staff results, and then I will see if there are any quick questions. We'll go to family, and then we'll go to student. So in our staff results, we saw that at the elementary level, and this is all of our elementary school staff results combined, we saw a statistically significant decrease in 3 survey themes. That was culture. So questions in culture are around respect, fairness in school. School safety, that is both staff perceptions of safety of student safety as well as their own safety, as well as professional development and support. At middle school and high school, we saw only statistically significant increases in several themes. So for our middle school and high school staff, we saw significant increases in culture, relationships, and school safety. And on top of that, our high school staff saw a significant increase in engagement. So just a very quick example of a significant change. You can see here this question from our middle school staff survey. This question says, my school is cooperative and team-oriented. We can see the change last year in October 2023. We had a 3.57 out of 5. And this year, that average rating went up to a 4.06 out of 5, bringing that to the 64th percentile. So it's better than 64% of other middle schools across the US that have taken the staff survey. And we break this down a little bit further. There's a lot of pages on here, or a lot of words on here. I promise I'll share this with you afterwards. You can see here what were all of the questions and the themes that saw that significant increase or decrease. So here we see for elementary school staff, like we already said, culture, safety, and PD and support, we saw that decrease. And here are all of the questions in the elementary staff survey that saw significant change. We saw 2 questions. Our first 2 bullets here saw a significant increase in staff perceptions, and both of those questions that saw an increase were about representation and diversity. And then we saw 14 questions in the elementary school staff survey that saw a significant decrease. And I will note that the elementary staff survey is the only survey looking at elementary, middle, high, student, family, staff. It is the only survey that saw any sort of statistically significant decrease in the data. So again, just a couple of examples of questions that we saw a decrease. Things like, during school, there are clear rules for students against hurting other people. Or I have opportunities to learn at work. Now, if we look at the middle school staff survey, we see the increases here in culture, relationships, and school safety. And like I said, we have 0 questions that were noted as a statistically significant decrease and 27 questions noted as a significant increase in staff perceptions. It was actually so many that I couldn't fit it all onto one page here. And so questions that saw a significant increase include things like, my school communicates a clear direction for the future, or staff and families care about each other, or students are safe from bullying at my school. And here's the complete list. One more example here of a significant increase. I would recommend this school to a friend or colleague as a great place to work. And then the last piece here are our high school staff. Again, the 4 themes, engagement, culture, relationships, and safety, saw that significant increase. And then we had 19 questions that were noted as a significant improvement from last year. Questions like staff treat administrators with respect, staff treat students with respect, and discipline in this school is fair. Now, beyond looking at the aggregate, it's important that we disaggregate the data by specific groups. And what we find in the staff survey are a couple of trends. We see that at the elementary level, support staff are rating notably lower than instructional staff in all themes in the survey. We also notice that there are experience gaps when we disaggregate the data by years employed at school, but it wasn't consistent across elementary, middle, and high. We saw that elementary staff who were employed from 5 to 9 years tend to rate lower than all other staff across the survey. And middle school staff who have been employed for 20 plus years tend to rate lower than less tenured staff. And just again, an example of that data is in this question: my professional development over the last year has been closely connected to my school's priorities. We see staff who are employed 0 to 4 years rating notably higher than staff employed 20 plus years. But some bright spots in our staff survey is that we see that LGBTQ staff at our San Luis Coastal high schools are rating notably higher than non-LGBTQ staff in all themes. And we also see that staff who identify as a person of color are rating either the same or higher than non-POC staff in nearly all themes. And that second bullet applies to POC staff at the elementary level, middle, and high school. And here we can see, again, an example of that. The question is, my school sets high expectations for students, and we see the disaggregation here by POC rating all the way up here to 4.29, and non-POC staff rating here to 4.09. I'm going to pause unless you'd like me to just keep going and we have all the questions till the end, because we're going to do family results. But let me know how you'd like to proceed, whether with questions now or at the end.
Mr. Unger has a question.
I'm curious, Dr. Frater, I suppose. And I'm actually happy we're not specifically talking about individual schools here, but can we disaggregate the data for the individual schools?
Yes.
And do we see significant differences between the elementary schools, for example, in their staff youth truth responses?
You know, I'm going to leave that to Jimmy. Our last student senate group sat and went through all the staff, family, and student data. They are the masters of that data. And I haven't correlated it I haven't compared one elementary to another. Jimmy, did you see any themes?
We do, yeah. So it isn't necessarily consistent across the whole survey, but if you just look at, say, I won't show it up here, but just the theme of relationships, for example, which is staff perceptions of relationships with each other, with families, with admin. We do see like one school is actually in the 15th percentile, while the highest rated elementary school is in the 97th percentile. So there is a big difference just within San Luis Coastal. Similarly, if we look at the theme of professional development, the lowest rated school in the district is in the 18th percentile, while the highest is in the 67th.
So we really didn't want to bring out individual schools tonight, but we will provide them to the board for you to look at, because they're interesting to look at. And, you know, of course, this isn't just the work with the student senators. It's also the work that our principals, this is This is going to fall into their single plans for student achievement. This is going to fall into their conversations at staff meetings, because we're about continuous improvement. I was really surprised by the elementary data myself, but remember, we adopted an ELA curriculum, and we're asking all of our elementary teachers to teach differently. Okay, so there's a little bit of that going on.
Are we, as we chart this stuff out, are we looking at those youth truth results and then our student achievement data?
Yeah, we're looking.
And do you find that those things correlate very well? Or is this a funny little thing?
Too early to tell, but I will say today the elementary principals and the secondary principals met on and went through their student presentation, their achievement sessions, principal-led achievement sessions, which will come out in February, March, which you'll all be invited to, and each principal will review all that data. It'll be part of their presentation. So we'll be able to uncover a lot of things. Jimmy?
All right.
I think with regard to your question, if it pleases the board, we'll just have you go on through with the presentation and have our questions at the end. Okay, thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, let's get into our family survey results. So this is, again, the highest response rate we've ever had in San Luis Coastal for our family survey. And we started that 5 years ago. So we did see some significant change in our family results. And not one of those questions noted as statistically significant was a decrease. All significant change came in a positive way. 3 elementary school questions, 7 middle school, and 6 high school questions. The vast majority of all results, even if it wasn't noted as significant, saw some increase from last year to this year. And we did see that there were a few themes noted as a significant improvement, and that was engagement and school safety from our family perceptions at our middle schools, and the theme of resources for our high schools. Again, an example of this is below, and this is from our elementary school family data. The question, how often do you see people of diverse backgrounds in materials sent by the school? Again, that comes from that diversity, equity, and inclusion additional topic. And we can see here over the course of the last 5 years, this has continued to steadily rise, with this year the increase being marked as a significant increase. Now, at the elementary level, there were no themes noted as a significant change. And here you can see the 3 questions noted as a significant improvement. All 3 came from that diversity, equity, and inclusion theme. And here we see our middle school family results. Here we see engagement and safety saw an increase, a significant increase. And here are the 7 questions that were noted as a significant increase. Questions such as, parents and family members are included in planning school activities, teachers treat families with respect, and my school puts practices in place that include families of diverse backgrounds in community conversations. All right, and from our high school family report, we saw the theme of resources with a significant increase, with 6 different questions noted as a significant increase, such as teachers treat families with respect, my school sets high expectations for students, and I would recommend this school to parents seeking a school for their child. Again, important to disaggregate our data. And here we saw some interesting differences between different family groups. So we saw that families who had a student with an IEP or in special education actually rate lower than families with a student in general education in nearly all themes in the survey, and that's across elementary, middle, and high. I'll give you a quick preview. The results for our student survey are actually flipped. Typically, we see students with an IEP or in special education usually rating higher. So that I thought was just really interesting. Another piece here, this was kind of, I thought, just interesting, is as a student gets older, the perceptions of their family members become less positive. And that's true at elementary, middle, and high. So we see fifth and sixth grade families rating less positively than kindergarten and first grade families, eighth grade families rating less positive than sixth, and 12th grade families rating less positive than ninth. And here's an example of that disaggregated data from our high school, where families were asked the question, my child's learning environment is safe. We can see families with the child in general education rate up here at 4.0, almost in the 76th percentile, while families with a child with an IEP or in special education rating here at a 3.53. But some positive things we saw when we disaggregated the data is that families with a student who is an English language learner are rating either equal to or higher than families with a student who is not an English language learner in nearly all themes. And we see an example of that here below with the question, I receive regular feedback about my child's progress. You can see ELL families rating all the way up here to 4.23, probably around the 85th percentile, and families with a child with a non-ELL rating here to 3.77, about the 36th percentile. Other strengths in the disaggregated data, family data, is family members who identify as a person of color rate equal to or higher than non-POC families. And then we actually see very few trends when we disaggregate the data by race, ethnicity. And again, when I'm looking at these results, I'm looking to see, is there a specific group of family members or students or staff who are consistently rating lower or higher? If there is, I typically pull that out as a sort of maybe red flag or yellow flag to highlight that. So when there aren't any trends in the data, that is a really positive thing. All right, and lastly, let's dive into our student results. So in our student data, our elementary and middle school students' results stayed really consistent from last year to this year. There wasn't a single theme or question even that was noted as a significant increase or decrease. However, our high school students saw the most change, and all of them were significant improvements. In fact, some of our themes at the high school level, which is hard to do because there are thousands of students taking this survey, but the themes of engagement, culture, and college and career readiness all saw significant improvements for our 3 high schools in that combined data. And 7 individual questions were noted as a significant improvement. And here is an example of some of that significant change. This comes from our high school report. My teacher's expectations make me want to do my best. And we can see here when we started this survey all the way back in 2017, our results were down here near the maybe 15th or 20th percentile. And we've kind of slowly been clawing our way up here with a little bit of an outlier in October 2020, when I believe we were probably still in distance learning. But now this year, we see this significant increase, the first time that we are above the national median and above the California median in the 60th percentile. Now, a few of those questions in the high school survey that were noted as a significant increase were things like, I am getting a high quality education at this school. And these two from college and career readiness. My school has helped me understand the steps I need to take in order to apply to college. And my school has helped me understand the steps I need to take in order to have the career that I want. And the other 3 questions down here all came from our diversity, and our inclusion additional topics. Now, when we disaggregate the data by different groups, we do see some trends that we wanted to highlight for you. So one is that our students who identify in another way than the binary, so our non-binary students, or sometimes students actually, there's this one that says I identify in another way, they are all rating lower than their peers who identify as a boy or girl in nearly all themes across the survey. And this is true for elementary, middle, and high school students. Now, that unfortunately is pretty common in all of our reports in schools all across the US. A slight highlight here, a positive thing, is that we actually see that trend flipped when we look at the theme of high school relationships. So our non-binary students are actually rating higher than boys and girls when they are answering questions about their relationships with teachers and other adults in school. Another piece here that stood out was that when we disaggregate by race ethnicity, we see that our Black or African American students and our Native American Indigenous students are rating notably lower in the majority of all of our survey themes across elementary, middle, and high schools. And for the first time, we are asking a few new demographic questions. We worked in partnership with the California Department of Education to add these questions into the survey. And those questions are questions around unhoused youth and foster youth. And unfortunately, we do see that students who are identifying as either unhoused or as foster youth are rating notably lower than their peers in nearly all themes in the survey. Here's an example. This is the overall theme of relationships, and we can just see the difference in how students by race, ethnicity, how they're relating that theme of relationships. Some strengths in our disaggregated data and our student results. We see that in our secondary schools, our English language learners are rating notably higher than our non-ELL students in the majority of our themes. And as you can remember, that's a similar trend to what we saw in our family data as well. We also see that students in special education are having mostly similar experiences to students in general education. And in some cases, they're actually rating higher. And I note that because, again, no trends are actually a really positive thing in this disaggregated data. And the final piece, when we disaggregate by race, ethnicity, one thing we do see is that our Hispanic Latino students are having typical or above typical experiences in nearly every theme in the survey at all levels, elementary, middle, and high. And here below is just, again, an example of that disaggregation of English language learners for that theme of engagement, where we see our English language learners rating up here at a 3.43 and our non-ELL students at a 3.29. Last thing here, and then we'll open it up for questions, just some important meetings that we've either already have or are planning to have this school year. So as Dr. Prater was saying, I've been working closely with our student senators. We did a pre-survey workshop, and that actually was supposed to say September 27th, not November. But we did a pre-survey workshop, and then once we got the data back, we did a workshop with all of our school leaders and then a post-survey workshop with our student senators. Tonight, we're doing this board meeting, and then in the 2025, we have a parent leaders meeting to go through some of this data in January. And then Dr. Prater has invited me to join the end of year student senate meeting just to wrap all of this up as students are making their goals and sort of tracking themselves against those goals. Now I will open it up for questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Or is there anyone from the public that would like to ask a question related to this item? Seeing none. Mr. Clausen.
Yeah, hi, Jimmy. So my question is, the presentation really focuses on areas where there's statistically significant changes from year to year. I think the thing I struggle with is understanding, say we were great at something last year and we're great at something this year, it's not in the presentation. Let's say we were terrible at something last year and we're terrible again this year, it's not in the presentation because it didn't change. So is there a way just to see the survey results in like a here's the results kind of format?
Yeah, so I'll actually let Dr. Prater answer that.
Yeah, each year I share the full survey with the board. There are, as Jimmy knows, there are sections within the Youth Truth data that actually have comments made by students, which I think are really insightful. And so, yeah, I plan on sharing that with the board. And Jimmy, I don't believe there's anything confidential that can be revealed since this is anonymous.
Yeah, other than those qualitative comments, sometimes students, families, or staff may write either, a teacher's name or another student's name. So that is the only reason why we don't share the data publicly.
Yeah. So we can share them. We can share the data to answer your questions. Yes, we can provide you with the engine, which allows you to break it down by school site, by subgroups, and all that jazz.
So is there like a middle ground maybe, where we can just see the aggregated scores of like where we did well and where we did poorly? Or maybe let me ask it a different way. Are there areas we did poorly consistently where we were not statistically significantly different, but we continued to struggle? And how do we understand those? And conversely, the things we're great at and continue to be great at. Because I don't need to see all the comments. Maybe that's interesting too, but I would just like to see like something that says, for the middle schools, we're great at this year. We're continuing to be great. We're continuing to be great.
Yeah.
And this format, while very insightful and detailed, is almost like spearfishing into very particular parts where you can't see the big picture just of where do we succeed and where do we not succeed.
So Jimmy, given what you just heard from Mr. Clausen, is there a way I can provide the board with a elementary, middle, and high school aggregate summary analysis of the Youth Truth data over the last 5 years or 8 years?
Yes, so there's on each of the reports, what we can do is sort of create a PDF version of it. But I'll just give you an example of what sort of the landing page that each of our schools get. And this is our San Luis Coastal data. So for example, for our elementary schools, here you can see all of the themes in the survey, our current results, our current percentile ranking, and then here's that view of where we've been moving across the last few years. So for example, academic challenge is something our elementary principals are always talking about as something that has sort of consistently, even from 5 years ago, has been our lowest rated theme and what we're doing to work on that. Conversely, here's our high school. You can see the 8 years of data for some of these, and you can see the trends of where we've been going for our high school reports. So yes, we can make this page and maybe a couple of others available.
So Jimmy, can you put those pieces together for me so I can share it with the board?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. That sounds great.
Okay.
Are there any other board comments? Mrs. Baltodano.
Yeah, just briefly, when you were introducing this agenda item, Dr. Prater, you said that you needed a reliable and valid instrument for student senators to what? Can you restate that? And then also, I think I heard you said it's not meant to find solutions. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah. So the Youth Truth Survey, when I said I'm looking for a valid instrument, prior to Youth Truth, when I first started the Student Senate, they were going out to their sites and asking questions to their peers and then coming back and reporting out what they heard and learned. And quickly, what I realized is that many of our school senators were in echo chambers. They were talking to their friends. They weren't really digging in and getting to the different groups of students that represent that school. So I was looking for a valid instrument that could get to that. Now, I would like to clarify what I said regarding the this not being the ultimate solution. What I mean is this is perception data, which allows our students, and by the way, us, to know what questions to ask that get us deeper into like why are our non-binary students, students of color, foster homeless youth, unhoused youth, significantly scoring less on their perception data around relationships. So that's an example. I'm not sure I'm not surprised by that data, but I am concerned about the data. Now, there are a lot of factors that contribute to that survey result. So what I'm trying to express to the students is this isn't your only source of data. This is just a beginning place, a place where you start so that you can identify themes that are of concern. Like, I want to know why at the elementary school, our students are continuously saying they don't feel engaged academically. That's a very important question to ask. Well, our principals are then turning that around, and I'm asking that to our principals. Why are our elementary students saying they don't feel academically engaged in the work or challenged by the work? So what I mean by saying this survey tool isn't the solution, what I really am saying is it's a tool that guides me into a place that I know what questions to ask so that I can dive deeper, not just with the students, but also the staff and the parents. And so that's really what I meant by that. And so every year I'm able to work with the students and of course the site leaders within the school to identify, like, we're seeing great progress with our LGBTQ plus youth. Just a few years ago, their scores were falling pretty much where our foster youth, unhoused youth, our students that are from those very heavily marginalized populations were scoring. So we're starting to see great improvement there. What we're learning from Youth Truth is that students, when you ask them, what's the greatest barrier to your academic success and feeling safe in school? They're not saying it's the teachers or the principal. They feel safe primarily in those settings. What they're saying is the greatest barrier are the kids, their peers, that are making them feel unsafe by their behaviors in the class. And that's a different problem to solve, right? So these are the things that we're unpacking from in a more granular way from the data. And so now these students in the Student Senate are beginning to unpack that and go, okay, so this is the issue that we need to solve. And what we're finding is that our high school results are improving because the kids at the high school level have the ability to tackle that problem more clearly with the support of others than our elementary kiddos. So at this point, I'm feeling this tool is not just a powerful one, but it helps us better understand the pulse of the campus and the different schools, the different subgroups. So Mr. Unger, you had asked me something about the correlation between behavior, the responses on these results, and achievement. And that is something we'll be able to do. And whether it's a valid correlation, I don't know, but it's something we can explore. Does that help?
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else? Mrs. Sheffer.
I just want to briefly state that I think one of the powerful things about Youth Truth is that the students go out through their surveys and identify some of the issues, but then they come back to Student Senate and identify solutions. So they have such ownership and investment in the circle. They don't turn it over to someone else and say, we have found this problem, you fix it. They say, we've found these challenges, what can we do? You know, we as student senators or as the students in the school went out and discovered these challenges or holes, and what do we need to do? And of course, they have the guidance of the adults and administrators and people in the room, but that's one of the things I find really powerful about Youth Truth.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Jimmy, thank you very much for joining us this evening and for hanging in with us so late. We appreciate
Of course. Thank you all for having me.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Bye.
Okay, now our poor auditor.
Scott's been waiting.
Someone
right?
wait.
Thank you,
The
Scott, for
auditor.
waiting. Fortunately, I told Scott to go to LuciaMar first, because otherwise he would have never made it there. But he did and was there, so he's here now. He's going to walk the board through 3 separate audits, right? So our general audit for the school district, Measure D, and then Measure C. There were some finding areas that Scott will explain in terms of where we're at. And again, just so the board, nobody stole any money, fiscal, things like that. But there are some financial parts where, in terms of statements and fair market value things, other things that I'm going to have Scott kind of walk you through and kind of update the board. Of course, process of auditing is months. It goes over months, different times periods. So we work with Bailey, we work with their staff, getting them everything they need, right, to go through. And so I'll have Scott kind of take it from here and walk the board through those items.
I don't need to connect or anything. I just wanted it for my own reference in case there was a specific question. Sure. All right. Good evening, everybody. I will try to be brief because I know it's probably been a long night for you all, and I had a nice 6-hour drive up here, so it's been a long night for myself as well. But want to make sure I give this time as needed. As Ryan mentioned, give you a quick, I think a new member possibly, so I'll give you a quick kind of overview of what our audit looks like and what we do. Just in case there's some pieces that missing the puzzle there. It really is, with technology these days, a year-long audit process. I'm sure Ryan and Katie and all the staff and people at your sites probably get sick and tired of the auditors making so many requests, but it's just kind of the nature of the beast these days. It's just kind of an ongoing process, but we do try to split it into what we call an interim and a final phase. Our interim phase typically happens sometime in the April-May timeframe. We do come up. Potentially there's site visits. There's a lot of reviews of control structures within the district, like payroll processes and receipting and disbursements. There's an initial look at compliance areas. There's state and federal compliance that you have to comply with. So that's when that starts, that process. And then we come back for our, what we call final fieldwork audit. That's typically after the board has seen the unaudited actuals. The books have been closed, so to speak, and then the final audit's performed over your financial statements. And then you have the other 2 audits that get finalized as well, or other opinions being state compliance and federal compliance. So on page 96 of the report, that's what summarizes the audit for you all. You'll see those 3 sections. I highlighted it quickly: the financial statements, the federal awards, and the state compliance. So for the financial statements, it was an unmodified opinion. Excuse me, but we did have a material weakness finding. So I will go over that in a second, just kind of give you some context behind that and what that was. Going on to the federal awards, similar situation there. So that's anytime you expend more than $750,000 in federal dollars, you are required to undergo what I refer to as a single audit. So it's a risk assessment that's done, programs are selected, and then audited in accordance with OMB federal guidelines. So specific to this year, Title I Part A and the Child Nutrition Cluster for your federal dollars are what were required to be looked at, considered major programs. So those were the programs that we audited this year. Again, an unmodified opinion, but we did have not quite what we call a material weakness, but something to note. We call it a significant deficiency or other matters. So effectively some non-compliance, but maybe not significant, but significant enough to make mention of it. And again, I'll go over that in a second when we get to those pieces. And then last but not least, similar situation with your state compliance. So that last opinion is the state compliance opinion. Now that's related to your education audit appeals panel. So each year the state issues out all kinds of fun rules and regulations that you all have to comply with. And then we as the auditors have to make sure that you've complied with it. So areas you're familiar with are things like attendance and instructional time and you know, maybe ELOP or ELOG or different programs like that. So there's a whole list of items that are required to be audited if they apply to your district. And so effectively that's what this is right here. Again, what you'll see is no material weaknesses, an unmodified opinion, but there was a significant deficiency, other matters that was required to be reported. So again, kind of an element of non-compliance. So just continuing down on page 97, that's where we're gonna talk about those different material weaknesses, deficiencies. We talked about the findings effectively is what people refer to them as. 2024-001 on page 97. So that relates to that material weakness I mentioned for the financial statements. The context behind this, just to give a little bit without getting into too much details, is there were some receivables that were overstated and there was some cash and county fair market value adjustments that had to be booked as well. So the receivables number was overstated and the cash and county, I believe, was understated. The cash and county piece doesn't have any impact whatsoever to anything. Yeah, sure.
So we had anticipated receiving some state funding matching fund for Bishop's Peak. That's the $1.2 million. So basically Katie had went ahead and put that as we were going to receive those funds. But because we didn't have absolute confirmation, here's the letter, this is when you're going to get it. The auditor basically said, hey, you can't say that you were going to get that fund. Right. So we have since gotten that fund 2 months ago, but for the course of the 23-24 audit, she shouldn't have included that as a receivable. And so that basically will be taken off.
Correct. It's just somewhat procedural in terms of specific rules around when you can record certain receivables or payables. So it was recorded as of June 30th and it wasn't allowed to be recorded as of June 30th. So like Ryan mentioned, it did come in still. So it wasn't like it didn't ever exist. It just needs to be recorded in 24-25, not as of 23-24. So the net effect really doesn't have any impact is probably the easiest way to understand it. But auditors love to be technical and that's sort of the requirement. So that's what you see in front of you. Moving on, for the federal piece, the significant deficiency, that was something that it probably could best be described as a clerical error. So you are allowed to charge a certain amount of indirect costs for different federal programs. There's specific requirements. I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, the last year's indirect cost rate was used instead of the current year. So the 22-23 rate was used instead of the updated 23-24. So it was off by roughly $8,000. So it's immaterial, right, to the financial statements, immaterial in terms of the total non-compliance, but it is a control deficiency that we used last year's rate. So that's why it's not a material weakness. It's just basically a finding to note, hey, that's a procedure that we want to make sure we're following and updating. So somewhat inconsequential, but needs to be reported in accordance with those federal compliance policies effectively. And then moving on to page 101, last but not least. This is one that everybody's getting these days, and the simplest way is to say there's probably not a whole lot you can do about it. So classroom teacher salaries is a requirement within the ed code that requires that you spend X percentage of your dollars on classroom teacher salaries. It was years and years ago that this came into effect. For a whole, we could go a whole hour on why this kind of isn't really a measurement anymore that makes a lot of sense, but it is a requirement. And so many districts nowadays don't meet this requirement. Just because of the way the funding comes in and the way certain dollars don't get counted towards this for certain personnel costs and things like that. So it's pretty simple. If you don't meet it, you don't meet it. There's really no way around it. So that's why there's a finding here. Well, again, a significant deficiency, other matters, because yes.
when you don't meet the 55% threshold, can you not get a letter from the county office that releases you from that requirement or accepts the threshold you have met?
Absolutely. So you can file with the county office. It's an exemption, basically saying, here's our reasons for why we didn't meet it. And we would request an approval of an exemption. I don't know if you've received it yet. Ryan might know.
So yeah, so we've actually done this every year for the past, probably since I've been here, right? We've never met this criteria. I was going to ask, kind of like, this is the first year where it's actually been a finding, even though this has been kind of an ongoing thing. Is a new requirement aspect of it, or
no?
Just something we haven't done.
Probably should have been, or there are. There's the potential at times for manual adjustments that can be made. So it can be where you don't meet it, but we're able to find enough manual adjustments that you do sort of meet it in the context of that. So that could have been in the prior year what was happening that we just weren't able to see this year. I mean, for some additional context, most of the districts in this county have this issue. And many districts across California these days especially have this issue. And part of it is related to the COVID dollars.
So would you
classroom funds? So we will be getting the exemption from the county. We will be going after that. And again, it's been something we've gotten every year and have no concerns that we won't be able to get it again.
So the three findings that you've indicated, there are things that I would consider to be not items of high concern. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like they're kind of housekeeping errors, where we were required to adjust or to change something, but there was nothing really significant in these findings. Would you agree?
Yeah, that's correct. It's material weakness is just kind of a literal requirement when you have something be off by that amount, right? Even though it went to the next year, because it affected this year. And then the compliance elements, the easiest way to phrase it many times when it comes with federal and state compliance is there is no materiality, so to speak. So there is no, if you're $2 off, you're $2 off, right? And they want that noted. And so I would agree with exactly what you're saying, but they're required to be reported in accordance with those guidelines, unfortunately.
Typically, when we have a finding, it has to do with ASB accounts.
Yeah.
I've never seen 3 findings like this, but they don't seem, I'm sorry, to you, they're significant. To me,
no, they're not.
Okay.
But they're required.
Good catch.
Yeah, I mean, they're required, but no,
I
they're
will
not.
say too, it's, for Katie, this is like her, for the board to know, she like devastate, right? Like any.
Yeah, and I think it's really
right?
important.
Unfortunately, she can't be here tonight, but no, like she will make sure that our internal controls over these areas, right, are corrected, and that we won't see these findings in the future.
Katie does an
so
excellent
know that.
job. I think
Yeah, know that.
we are all in agreement on that.
Yeah,
So these
and
are
her staff too. They're great.
They're
in terms of working with things. So
they're little
but again,
glitches.
there are
That's all
things
they
we
are.
need to correct. And so we've talked about it. We'll put those in place. Make sure we double check these things, so that this is an ongoing thing. The fair market value thing, that's probably the one for me that's
ridiculous.
It's new. We've done it for a couple of years now. That's the one that's a little bit funky, but I'm going to work with Katie earlier on, maybe even work with the auditor to make sure that we have those percentages right, so that we're stating, exactly what it should be. And so again, we'll put together some internal controls to make sure that we take care of these items.
Yeah, and to clarify, we don't have any current concerns and we don't have any future concerns, with anything that's going on at the district or our concerns with being able to perform the audits and have things go well. Sometimes things pop up and they're just, like you said.
Is there any does we have board questions? Seeing none, then maybe let me go to the public. Is there anyone present that would like to address this item? How about on Zoom? Did anyone stay up for this item? Okay, then perhaps we could move on to the next audit. Are we voting to approve this? Oh, okay, I'm seeking a motion.
I would love to move to approve the audit. This specific item of the audit.
I'll second.
Well, I think Mrs. Baldonado, did you second? Okay, so
I
I've got
did
a motion by
second.
Mr.
And to
Clausen.
clarify, that's the 2023, 2024 audit.
Thank you. So I have a motion by Mr. Clausen and a second by Mrs. Baldonado. Is this a roll call or, I don't know, all in favor? Roll call? Okay. Mr. Clausen,
Yes.
Mrs. Baldonado,
Yes.
Mr. Unger,
Yes.
Mr. Banfield,
Yes.
Mrs. Sheffer.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Mr. Buckman was unfortunately had to leave, so that's 6 yeses and 1 absent.
Next up is Measure D.
Okay, so then we'll move to item 9.03, the 2023-24 audit report for building fund measure D.
All right, and I'm back. So this is, as some of you might be familiar with, anytime you pass bonds under Proposition 39, there's a requirement in California with that slightly lower vote threshold that you have an independent fiscal financial audit done as well as a performance audit. So that's what Measure D and subsequently in a minute Measure I will be. I won't need to explain it twice. And so what you have with Measure D and Measure I, but Measure D right now, sorry, Measure C. Measure I was the CMR. That was 3 hours ago. My apologies. So with Measure D is the financial statement audit as well as a performance audit. So there's 2 pieces in there. The key element to understand there is it's that specific carve out specific to, in this case, Measure D. So while we are doing the district audit over building funds, that's the building fund as a whole as it relates to the district and other elements. This is Measure D by itself with its own levels of, say, materiality and testing and things like that. So for the financial statements audit for Measure D, there was no issues, nothing to note. And then same thing with the performance audit. For the actual testing itself on the performance audit piece, the very, very back. And when we talk about the performance audit, what we're talking about is just, in simple terms, we're auditing it to make sure that expenditures were done in accordance with what the voters approved, right? So, when the voters passed that measure, what did the district say they were going to spend those funds on, and is that effectively what is the funds being spent on? On page 14, at the very back of the report within the performance audit, what you'll see there is our sample was approximately $9.6 million, which represented roughly 99% of the total transactions for Measure D this year. So we did end up testing a lot of Measure D for just various reasons. So I'll leave it at that. If there's any questions.
Is there anyone in the public that cares to speak to the Measure D audit? Seeing no one on Zoom. I'll bring it back to the board. Is there any board comment? Okay, then I'm seeking a motion for approval.
I would love to move approval of item 9.03.
I'll second it.
Oh. Ooh, I've got a motion by Mrs. Sheffer and a second by Mr. Banfield. Mrs. Sheffer. Yes. Mr. Banfield.
Yes.
Mr. Unger.
Yes.
Mrs. Baldonado.
Yes.
Mr. Clausen.
Mr. Clausen is yes.
And I'm a yes. So we have 6 in favor and 1 absent. Moving right along here, we have item 9.04, the 2023-24 audit report for Measure C22.
Okay, one last time. Same as Measure D, so I won't go into all those details again. But for Measure C-22 specifically, for the financial statement piece, there was a finding related to that. Now, for context, it's because the receivable that had to be adjusted was specifically within this measure. So the receivable is booked within this measure and then received in the next year. So it's a timing thing, just like with the district. It's the exact same finding, but because, again, it touched Measure C-22, that's why it's in here as well. That's really the only context for that. So nothing different than what we already talked about. And then for the performance audit piece on page 17, $7.8 million roughly was tested, 61% of the total. So that's just based in accordance with scoping guidelines and materiality and all that fun stuff. So we did not have any issues or anything to note for the performance audit related to the expenditures, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, so the audit together with the bond oversight committee, I hope will assure our community that we're being good stewards of their money. Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak to this item? Is there anyone on Zoom? Okay, then I'll bring it back to the board.
It would be my honor to to approve the 2023-24 audit report for Measure C22.
Well, then I'll second. So we have a motion by Mr. Unger and a second by myself. Mr. Unger?
Yes.
Mrs. Baltodano?
Yes.
Mr. Banfield?
Yes.
Mrs. Sheffer? Mr. Clausen?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So that's 6 in favor and 1 absent. Let me. Yeah, do work. Okay, we're moving on then to item 9.05. I think these next 3 items all belong to you, Mr. Pinkerton.
Yes.
9.05 is
Man of the hour.
Measure C22.
Hours.
Approval of architect contract amendment for phase 2 modernization project at Del Mar Elementary.
Yeah, so again, phase 1 moving forward, that's the renovation of the TK and kindergarten building, as well as the new TK classrooms, as well as a lot of infrastructure we're putting in place on the Del Mar campus. So we need to get going with the architecture for the phase 2 part of that, so that when that ends, we can get started with phase 2. And this is basically the other 2 main classroom wings going into those, as well as kind of completing the ADA work throughout the campus. And so we are actually switching architects at Del Mar. Darden Architects has been architect at both Hawthorne and CL Smith. They've been fantastic to work with, great, have the manpower, woman power to be able to get this job done. And so we are recommending to the board that we actually have this second phase completed by Darden Architects. They've done a great job again, financially, keeping costs down, doing what we need to do, and have been really, again, receptive to our project team and kind of where we'd like to go. So we're asking the board to approve this architect contract for the phase 2 work at Del Mar Elementary School.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone in the public who would like to speak to this item? Seeing no one. Anyone on Zoom?
No.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Is there any board comment?
I just have a quick comment, if I may. I believe in keeping with our practice, our past practice, that we have used a variety of architects and then let those, they kind of prove themselves, they rise to the top. So we have used architects we haven't necessarily had experience with before, but their bids have come in appropriately. Things appear to be in order, but they get a kind of a test run. And it's great to see that through experience and working with the firm that they have risen to the top.
Yeah, so. Thank you. It's good.
If there's no further comment, then I'm seeking a motion.
Oh, I'll do it again. I move approval of Measure 9.05, approval of architect contract amendment for phase 2 modernization project at Del Mar Elementary School.
Thank you. A second?
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Unger, a second by Mr. Banfield. Mr. Unger?
Yes.
Mr. Banfield?
Yes.
Mrs. Baldadano?
Yes.
Mrs. Sheffer?
Yes.
Mr. Clausen?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. That's 6 in favor and 1 absent.
Yeah, so the next item is for a leaseback contract award for Pacific Beach High School. So excited to be moving forward with that construction there and getting that project off the ground. And so we have a gentleman for the next two bids, actually, Wysong Construction, who we've used throughout Measure D at both San Luis Obispo High School. Morro Bay High School was one of the general contractors who worked with Acme Construction through that time period. And so he clearly wanted these two jobs. We do kind of a qualitative portion of the scoring for this. So they have to show that they have people that have done school construction, have worked in the industry, they themselves have done lease back contracts. It had to be over a certain threshold, $30 million a year or $30 million over 3 years. So all those types of requirements go in. And then, of course, another portion of it is actually their bid, right? So Mr. Wysong got his pencil really sharp. So at the end of the day, great for the school district, right? We have a local contractor, uses local subs. And so in this case, his low bid, the best value ranking, which again becomes, we share it with all the contractors who bid, those types of things, but you'll see his fee proposal was under 9%, 8.7%. Next up was F&H at 10.36 and all the way down. And so Mr. Wysong is coming off of a big job that he's currently doing at Cuesta College. So in terms of the manpower and being able to complete this work is very important to us, right? Staying on schedule, those types of things. Because he also is currently working at C.L. Smith, at Del Mar, and at Los Osos Middle School. But this is what he does school construction, right? And so he loves working for us, San Luis Coastal. So you can see his desire to work for our district, especially with these bids. I mean, literally had other contractors say, "Hey, I can't work for that cheap." But I mean, Larry it's definitely a huge benefit, and so we'll be, should the board approve this tonight, we'll be meeting with Mr. Wysong and kind of laying out that construction schedule, expectations, those types of things moving forward. But again, the fees just part of it. The other part was the actual experience factor of it. So then we combined the best value scoring into both, right, to get the final award and bring that rank to the board. We did change it this time, so it wasn't so fee based. It was actually also, in terms of their history and value and expertise as well, which honestly, we had people like Mano Construction who did not win either bid, but called us and thanked us for the fact that it was fair and that we had, kind of put this process forward. And so I think everyone across the board was okay with it and kind of moving forward. And again, at the end of the day, it means cheaper price, cheaper value. And again, this is just setting the profit margin for general conditions and profit for the contractor. So once the DSA plans are completed, he will then go out and bid this work to subcontractors, and then I will be coming back to the board to share the actual price, right, of building Pacific Beach High School. So we have all the subs, those types of things. Again, in his Los Osos Middle School, C.L. Smith, Del Mar, all local subs, right? So again, these dollars being spent locally in our areas, which is important. It's a board goal, board desire, I should say. But again, they still have to go through the process. They still have to bid and value those types of things. So it's not that we can't get an out-of-town contractor or somebody else. We could, right, if they met those criteria and won the bid. But in this case, this is a local contractor, and it's good. Mr. Wysong is very excited about working for us.
Okay. Mr. Banfield.
Oh, I move approval.
I have a question.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I thought you had a question. Did you say it was 8.7 or 8.9%?
So right here on the best value ranking, it was
No, the OH&P.
Yeah, so it was 8.7.
And my information is really antiquated now, but typically it used to be 10. Is that
probably
still
normal, as you can see from the numbers right below that? So Mr. Wysong does self-perform, so he will make a profit on the self-performing part that he does. He still has to bid that work against other people,
okay?
But the work that he's awarded. So I think that's part of probably how he makes up some of that profit margin is by the self-performing part.
Okay.
Which for us, we would be paying to another sub anyways, right? It's not.
No, I have no issue with that, and I think it.
But I mean, this is a really insane price, right? 8.7%. for general conditions and profit. Like,
I'm
yeah,
smothering him with kisses. I'm telling you, it's great.
terrific.
But I'm a little concerned that he's going to get spread too
No, I
thin.
agree. Agreed.
You know, so
Which is why we have to
ability to perform is something that we have to really stay on top of.
agree.
Okay, well, let me go to the public. Is there anyone present who would like to speak to this item? Okay, seeing no one, we have no one currently on Zoom. And so let me bring it back to the board. I'm seeking a motion.
You were already rolling pretty well. I'd like to move to approve this contract with Wysong Construction. Thank you.
I'll second it.
Okay, I've got a motion by Mr. Clausen and a second by Mr. Banfield. Do we have anyone on Zoom? Then all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 6 in favor and 1 absent.
So the next contract is for Los Ranchos, which has come out of DSA, so we can start that work finally. And so we're excited about that. And so this also was Mr. Wysong Construction, was the low on this. His best value rank, again, a little smaller job, right? So you're going to see a potential for a little bit higher proposed fee, but not much higher for him. But you'll see the other contractors, some 14%. Mr. Wysong was at 9.85% in terms of for the general conditions profit. And again, this is a best value scoring. So we went through the whole process and ranked them. And, it takes me about 4 hours to go through all of the different things in each one and go through each section and grade them based on their questions and their answers. So a lot goes into this grading and scoring. But again, based on his desire for the job, low bid, he was the low and actually had the highest score, best value for the school district.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak to this item? Seeing no one and having no one on Zoom, I'll bring it back to the board. Is there anyone on the board that would like to comment? I'm seeking a motion.
And I'll second it.
A motion by Mrs. Sheffer and a second by Mr. Unger. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? So we have 6 in favor and 1 absent.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're moving on to the action consent agenda. Please let me know if you would like anything pulled. Item 10.01, approval of certificated and classified personnel items. 10.02, certification to the Board of Education, temporary athletic coaches for the 2024-25 school year to date. 10.03, acceptance of donations. 10.04, award E-rate contract project number 0361-25C.1. 10.05, approval of minutes, November 5th,
Please
2024.
pull that one, please.
Okay. Ten point 06, approval of minutes November 14th, 2024.
Please pull that one too.
Ten point 07, disposal of surplus. 10.08, approval of warrants and payroll. 10.09, approve board policy 1230, school connected organizations. This is a second reading. Item 10.10, approve board policy 5141.21, administering medication. This is the second reading. Item 10.11, approve board policy 6146.4, differential graduation standards. This is also a second reading.
I move approval of item 10.01 to 10.04 and 10.07 to 10.11.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Baltodano. Okay, so I have, motion by Mr. Unger, second by Mrs. Baltodano. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So that passes, 6 in favor, 1 absent, and we're turning to item 10.05, Mrs. Baltodano.
I pulled it just so that I could abstain to the minutes. I was not on the board yet.
Oh, okay. So,
I mean, I was present, but I wasn't up here. So I'd
okay.
prefer to abstain.
And would that then be the same for item 10.06?
Yes, and I hope I did that process correctly.
I move approval of item 10.05 and item 10.06.
Okay, so I have a motion for approval by Mr. Clausen, second by Mr. Banfield. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So we have 5 in favor, 1 abstention, and 1 absent. Advance agenda. Okay, reports by board members.
Real quick, Britton Bellier. Man, I wish I could have had him as a music teacher when I was in high school. Gosh, the kids love him and he loves the kids.
Yeah, I think we'd all agree with that. Mr. Clausen.
I just want to say that Mr. Unger and Ms. Baltodano and I think almost completed our 4-year term during this meeting tonight.
And I'll close this meeting with my congratulations. We are adjourned.